Some spirits are restless, others are angry, and some just want to be heard. At Paranormal M, we give them a voice. Subscribe and listen closely. I was never alone. When my grandma died, I inherited her old farmhouse. It's a beat-up place, way out in the middle of nowhere, creepily quiet. My parents moved us out when I was like 5. They never really said why, and honestly, I barely remember anything about it. So when I went back there alone to start cleaning it up, first night I swear I heard footsteps above me in the attic. I checked and nothing there. Second night I heard whispering, like actual whispering. It stopped the second I opened the attic door. Third night I found this old photo tucked behind a dresser. It was my family, me, Mom and Dad, and some other person standing behind us, pale-faced and with a weird smile. We don't have a fourth family member. I called my mom and kinda laughing at first. But when I told her about the photo, she just went totally silent. But then she said real quietly, "We never locked the attic. We just never opened it." Then the call dropped, and I heard the footsteps again. Ask Reddit. I lived in an old World War I military officer's house. I was with my family, and this house was built at the turn of the century. It was big and drafty, so it was full of creaks and groans. But I was not one to buy into the supernatural. One night I was at home alone sleeping. I woke up to a loud blast of this distorted noise coming from downstairs. I had no idea what the hell it could be. So I went downstairs and I found my dad's hi-fi system turned on to full blast on some untuned radio station. I thought this was weird because nobody ever switches to the radio, as mainly the record player and CD player got used. So I turned the volume all the way down, switched the settings back over to the CD player input. I turned the system off by pressing the button so it passes the descent and sticks out in the off position. I do a walk around downstairs, just to make sure nobody was home trying to mess with me. After about a half hour, I was still a little bit nerve-wracked and having a hard time falling asleep. Suddenly, that loud blast of distortion started up again, and I felt that sharp rush of adrenaline in my chest. I hesitated and I came to terms to what could be down there. I headed down the stairs slowly. Sure enough, the radio was switched back on with the volume to the max, tuned to some whacked-out station. I said out loud something along the lines of, "I know you're here and trying to tell me something. I just want you to know that I respect you and the house. I don't want any trouble and I don't want you to harm my family." I proceeded to unplug the radio and I went back to my room. Pretty much waited until morning. And from then on, never happened again. Moved out not too long after. But I kinda get the whole supernatural ghost thing now. Ask Reddit. One time, me and my friend were in our car late at night. It was after a Whataburger run. Whataburger. It was about 3 a.m. and we're chilling, eating in the car and joking around. Don't ask why we were up so late. It was sophomore year of college and we were pulling an all-nighter for Lord knows why. But anyways, we pull into her apartment complex. Park perpendicular to the forest surrounding majority of her complex. As soon as I put my car in park, I felt everything go cold. And I promise you, I felt something in the air. Keep seeing this thing move in the forest out of the corner of my eye. I think it's just the wind and branches. Finally, I'm like, what the fuck is that? And so I look closer, and it's two huge yellow eyes staring out directly into my eyes. How is it that when I finally look harder, we make direct eye contact? This thing was staring at my eyes for a long time, I just know it. So I'm like, oh crap, there's a man in the forest, to my friend. And we both think it's a police officer at first. I don't know why we thought that, but once it showed itself, we knew it was no police officer. But then as soon as I made eye contact with it, this thing starts walking out very quickly, coming straight for my car. Keep in mind, my car was on, so my lights were on too. So this thing knew that I would see it coming. It steps out, and its arms and legs were way too long. Looked like a creature trying to be human, but just wasn't quite pulling it off. The proportions and speed of the movements was all just too wrong and off. I believe fully this wasn't a human with its huge and hollow yellow eyes. It never broke eye contact with me, ever, and I drove a small Volkswagen Bug at the time, which I know is a small car, but this creature was towering above my car. It was literally the boogeyman. The closer I looked at him, the more scary it got. The more scared I got, the bigger it grew. Its face was covered by what looked like, and I'm not kidding, a mask of a human face. But the thing's eyes were definitely its own. Finally, I snapped out of my terror, reversed out of my spot so fast, and by that time he had made it all the way to the front of my car and was touching the hood. I wish I'd ran over it, honestly. But when I looked back in my rearview mirror to see what was going on, it was standing in the spot I'd just been parked in and waving and staring straight into my eyes through the mirror. Don't know what this was, and I've heard lots of things. I think it was a demon for sure, but that's just me. Something really odd happened outside my backyard window. I don't know what just happened. I was staying home with my younger brother today. My parents went out to get some groceries, and my cousin, who also lives with us, left for the gym. I rent the room downstairs. It's the only room on the first floor, and it's super close to the kitchen. I'm not very into religion or ghosts, but I definitely believe in them. However, today I just felt very uneasy and uncomfortable and on edge. I was pretty weirded out by the house. Didn't feel very safe either. I tried to play it cool by thinking it was all in my imagination, and nothing was actually there. But I was especially uneasy going into the kitchen. And I was getting thirsty, and I got the courage to finally go get something. Now, my kitchen has a big rectangular window right on top of the sink, which happens to be in front of the fridge, and this window has no curtains, so at night you really can't see outside. But outside can see you. I felt very uncomfortable. I couldn't take my eyes off of the window. I think that was because I felt like something was staring at me. Told myself I was just being silly and paranoid by being so scared, and turned my back to grab some ice. As soon as I did, I heard the loudest bang outside the wall and window. It sounded like somebody had took both their fists and punched the wall super hard. I immediately froze. Yelled my brother's name because I was afraid somebody was trying to break into the house. And he's 8 years old, so I ran to his room and locked the door so I could protect us, somehow, I guess, if we were getting robbed. I noticed the lock wasn't working, and I was barely breathing at this point, pretty much having a panic attack. I was terrified and immediately told him to call our mom and his iPad. I'd left my phone downstairs and I was freaking out. And here's where it gets creepier. We have a camera security system, 4 cameras in total. And one of them is outside in our little backyard, which is fenced in, by the way. And that was the only camera that wasn't letting them see the previous footage. And at this point, I told my brother to go with me. We hid in my room, which has a double lock, till my mom got back. I wasn't sure if this was someone or something, but because of the way I felt all day, I feel like something was trying to scare me. Strange dream and mysterious lights. Last night, I had a dream that really shook me. I dreamed my garage was on fire. The fear and distress felt so real that I basically got woken up by it. Still a bit shaken when I got up to use the bathroom. Well, I got back to bed and I looked out the window from my second-floor room. And that's when I saw something really unusual. At the height of the trees, not up in the sky, there were long, straight lines of light. They were moving slowly one after the other, almost like a procession. The lights lasted for about 30 seconds before they disappeared completely. I wasn't fascinated, I was more taken aback, almost hiding as I tried to figure out what I was seeing. I wanted to grab my phone, take a picture, but by the time I thought to do it, it was already too late. I was fully awake and lucid, and I know it wasn't part of a dream. I even Googled to see if I could find something, well, something similar to what it was that I saw. Nothing seemed to match. I don't know if the dream and the lights were connected, but the whole experience has left me with a lot of questions. Has anybody seen anything like this before? I'd love to hear your thoughts or experiences. I used to have a friend as a child, but it wasn't really a friend. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, I had what most people would probably call an imaginary friend. But looking back, it didn't really feel like that at all. She wasn't somebody I played with. I didn't feed her pretend meals or make her part of games. She didn't even have a name. I just called her Girl. I don't remember what she looked like exactly. I think she was just white, like a white figure. Not really detailed. So I do remember clearly. It's like the feeling of her presence. She was always there, and sometimes she would watch me while I played. Sometimes I felt like she was talking to me, but not in a way I can recall specific words or messages. It was more like a quiet awareness that somebody was near me. But it wasn't scary, not at all. I never felt afraid of her. I stopped seeing her around the age of 10. I don't remember a moment when she left. She just wasn't there anymore. And interestingly, I never missed her. I didn't feel sad or confused, and it was like she had quietly come and quietly gone. I only recently told a friend about this. She suggested it could have been a ghost or a spirit, which honestly kind of shook me. I never thought about it that way. It's weird now to realize that she didn't feel like somebody I created in my head. I just accepted her being there like she belonged there. The strangest part to me was that she had no name and no made-up personality. I've also always been the kind of person that animals are drawn to. People have even told me I give off witchy vibes, or that I have a strong energy, whatever that means. Has anybody else experienced something like this, or a presence in childhood that didn't feel like a game or a creation of imagination, but more like someone who was quietly with you? If you're lucky, that's your animal. My sister used to see me as a shadow at night. I found an old text I wrote years ago, right after one of the strangest episodes of my childhood. I recently reread it and felt the need to give that story new form, to organize it better and revisit it more clearly. Well, that fear that in a way still lives inside me. What you're about to hear is more mature of a rewrite, but the fear, that stays the same. During our childhood, my sister Alice and I were very close. We slept in the same room and laughed together and shared toys and fears. That lasted until I was about 6 or 7 and got my own room. It was like a defining moment because along with the sense of freedom and independence came something strange. I remember exactly the first time something felt off. Alice said to me, as casually as could be, "Lucas, why do you keep watching me at night and never say anything?" "What? I never did that, Alice." "Stop lying. Seriously, stop standing at the door staring at me." I thought it was some kind of a joke, a childish attempt to scare me. She never brought it up again, but a few nights later I started waking up to her screaming, "Get out, Lucas, leave me alone." And I'd been asleep, always asleep. At first, I tried not to give it too much importance. Kids have wild imaginations, I thought. But over time, it started getting to me. Why was she seeing me standing at the door? What did that even mean? Recently, now that we're older, she told me everything. Her eyes were full of tears as if she were reliving every moment. She said that for about a whole year, she saw me standing there every single night, silent and shadowy, just watching. It was me, but at the same time, it wasn't. She swore it was real. She said my body looked like it was covered in a dense shadow, as if the hallway light refused to touch me. I never responded and I never moved. I just stood there, a human silhouette with my face. The last appearance was the worst. "Get away, Lucas." "Nothing." "Seriously, stop it." Silence. "Get out." And the figure started walking towards her. She screamed for help and my dad rushed into the room and she was begging, "Dad, get Lucas out of here. He tried to attack me." And then came the sentences that chilled me to the bone. "Alice, Lucas is asleep with me." After that, the figure never appeared again. But Alice was never the same. She started sleeping with the light on, or in our parents' room. She said she developed a technique to turn the light off with her eyes closed, just so she wouldn't have to see me standing there. Even now, years later, she still says a prayer every night. And mind you, we're agnostic. But she doesn't sleep without praying, whether it's for caution or fear or trauma. And me, well, I still wonder what that was. I never saw anything. I never felt anything. But knowing that someone or something used my face to terrify my sister, it leaves me with an unease I carry to this day. Was something trying to pretend to be me, or did something inside me leave at night without my knowing? I don't have any answers, just chills. Some call it a doppelganger. Others talk about skinwalkers. Maybe it's just a child's imagination, but if so, why am I still afraid to look in the mirror at night? I just hope it was her imagination playing tricks on her. I'm pretty sure my house is haunted. Here's some things that have happened within a week from each other, after probably a year of no activity. So around a week ago, sitting on my bed playing Overwatch. And how my room works is that my bed is right in front of my door. There's about a 3 or 4 foot gap between my door and my bed. Anyways, I just loaded into a round and had my headphones on. I heard this loud clapping noise right behind my left ear, the side facing the gap from the door in bed. I snapped my head around as I jumped because it startled me, and I live with my younger brother, so when I don't see anything behind me, I check around the gap thinking it was my little brother trying to scare me. I didn't see anyone. He wasn't anywhere in my room, and I never once saw the door open and close, or even heard it open. A thunderstorm was happening around this time, but I sat and listened to the next 3 lightning strikes. None of them sounded anything like a clap or as loud. My left side, where I heard the clapping, was also away from my window from the way I was sitting. So I seriously doubt it was thunder. The next story happened to me 2 days ago. I was walking in from taking out the trash. I'm going to start this out by saying that I always close my back door anytime I go take out the trash. I never do because anytime I do, my dad screams at me to close it to not let the air out, or he gets up and closes it on his own. Anyways, I'm walking back up and down, and looking down. Forgot why, maybe checking for lizards on my back porch. Don't step on mine. And I hear my back door knob twist and then start opening slowly on its own. First, I think it's one of my brothers, and I have 2. Maybe my parents. I open the door and I don't see anybody. I don't hear anyone walking away or closing a door. Nobody was in the kitchen, the living room, or anywhere in sight. Also, before anybody says this, no, my house isn't built on any type of slant or hill, so my house isn't slightly crooked or anything. I have a lot of other paranormal stories, so I might make a post about them one day. Weird walk. I'm an 18-year-old male, and I live in a small suburban city close to Warsaw. Today, after I finished studying, my dad advised me to go on a walk so I could sleep better. I'm a very active person, so I've listened to him and went out. It was around 8:30 when I left my home. I wanted to go by my basic route, how I do it always, and did. Right after I closed the gate, I took out my AirPods, and they were dead. Thought that it's a sign that I should go and listen to sounds of the trees and wind. When I was walking, I had a weird feeling like someone or something was watching me. So I was looking behind me every time I heard something. It's really strange because I never fear like anything, but it was different. Went by my local church and I saw a priest. We both exchanged a few words. My walk after was completely normal. However, I still felt a bit anxious. When I turned into the main street of my town, I saw 2 people walking in front of me. They were walking straight as I was. I was about 200, 300 meters behind them. I then cut the distance. I think I was about 30 or 40 feet behind them. That's when the whole situation gets creepy. I don't understand it. Suddenly I heard a dog barking behind me. I turned my head to see the dog, and right after I turned my head in the previous position, I didn't see these 2 people. There was a turn to the right, but I didn't see them as I walked past it. They couldn't have gone straight because I would have seen them. Another theoretical option was that they went by the gate, but the weirdest thing is that there was no sound of closing. Does anybody have any idea what might I have encountered? Going to pray today so that whatever it was won't try to find me. The marasite. It lives in your body, feasting on your mind. The first time I noticed it at the time was at my mom's birthday. It was raining, the wind and water slapped against my window as the wind wipers clung on for dear life, desperately trying to erase the rain. Got out of the car, excitedly standing on the front doorstep with presents in hand. I gave the door 3 sharp raps when I was met with my mom's sleep-deprived face. Eye bags hung below her baby blue eyes, and her matted blonde grayish hair hung sorrowfully down her shoulders. "Hi, son, why are you here?" I cut her off with an excited yell. "Happy birthday, Mom." She stared at me in confusion, as if somebody had just told her that I wasn't her son. "What do you mean?" she exclaimed. A tinge of worry stained her words. "Isn't it your birthday?" I questioned, pretty perplexed. "No, don't tell me you forgot my birthday. Did you hit your head?" "No, it's your birthday today, isn't it?" I said. Annoyance flushed my brain. "No, it's not. Go home. It's pouring down. What are you, insane?" I accepted my losses. I walked back to my car. It was her birthday today. I was sure of it. I felt wrong, and something was definitely wrong. Deep inside my body, I chalked it up to a simple mistake, but deep down I knew something was wrong. The same night I sat down on my couch, I listened to the now gentle rain patter against the glass panes. I felt myself dozing off to sleep. I knew nothing. I couldn't walk or talk or even speak. I stumbled around in a daze, clueless of where I was or who I even was. I don't know anything, but I knew what I felt, and it was true fear. I clung on to anything I'd get my hands on. I didn't know how to use them. Dishes clattered to the floor. I slipped and fell, and I woke drenched in sweat. I clutched my heart as if it would burrow out of my chest. Stumbled up off the couch when I spotted something. It was me. It wasn't me, but it looked like me. Copied my movements, but it wasn't me. I watched my double. My mouth became intensely dry and the blood drained from my face. I raised a hand and it copied. I darted to my bedroom and slammed the door behind me, nearly knocking it off of its hinges. I hastily shut the deadlock. I breathed a sigh of relief. I lay in my bed completely still, too scared to move or make any sound. I tossed and turned for the rest of the night. The rest of the week went as normal, other than the dates and work I had oddly forgotten about. I'd arrived home from work one night. The golden sunlight poured through my windows when I noticed somebody pulling up in my driveway. I stared in confusion as I watched a person get out of the car. They looked familiar, but I couldn't place who it was that they were. I watched as they speedily walked up my garden path. I watched in horror as the woman pulled out a key and unlocked my front door. How did they have my house key? As the door unlocked, I hastily snatched a kitchen knife from my counter, stepped back as the intruder entered my house, my safe place. "Get away, who are you? Get out of my house," I frantically yelled. My voice quivered as fear engulfed my body. "Honey, calm down, it's me." They replied pretty calmly, too calmly. They spoke as if they knew me personally. I'd never met her in my life. No, I'm not your honey, go away," I yelled, fear stinging my throat. The woman stepped forward and I stepped back, and in disbelief. Primal instincts flooded my brain as my fight-or-flight responses came into action. I felt the knife plunge into her abdomen as shrieks of terror rose from the intruder. She kept screaming, "Oh my God, help me!" I listened as her voice grew fainter and gargled, and her breath became shallower. It was soon replaced with frantic wheezing as she violently convulsed. I stabbed and stabbed and stabbed. Blood splattered on my white shirt and my carpet, dyeing it bright red. She was completely still. My hand shook violently as I'd realized what I'd just done. Sprinted to my room, not looking back, and the metallic tang of blood covered the air. Just as I reached my room, I felt my legs give way. I tried to stand, but I couldn't, and it was as if I couldn't remember how to do it at all, really, and I dragged like myself, and my useless legs went to bed where I lay, processing what I'd just done. I stared at my wall when I noticed a small framed photograph. It was of me and the woman. She was in a beautiful white dress with thin cloth covering her face, and I was standing next to her in a black blazer. My attention quickly diverted as I listened to my horrified whisper quickly turn into murmurs. I couldn't speak, and I tried to call for help, but I couldn't remember my password. When I eventually logged on, I couldn't remember the emergency number. I dragged my body over to my laptop, desperately tried to log on. Frantically searched for answers as more of my memory fell slightly out of grasp. And that's where I learned about the marasite. It's a type of species that's ingested by the host, where it then feasts on the mind and memories. When you eventually thirst to death, it lays eggs which gnaw through your tissues and spread like wildfire. I'm using the last of my sanity to type this out before I forget how to spell, and soon all I know will be gone. Someone or anybody, please help them. What's wrong with me? That has to be a fiction story. If not, well, that was interesting. Am I overthinking, or is there a spirit in my house? So I've had a few weird things that has happened to me over the past few years. My house was remodeled before we moved in. I don't know much about the history. We moved in when I was in 3rd grade. I'm 18, almost 19 now. My brother passed away in 2013. I don't know if it's him, but I never noticed anything happening before that, well, but I was a child at the time. He didn't pass away in the house, but we have all of his belongings and his ashes in the house, if that means anything. Anyways, I've had a canvas fall off of my dresser with my boyfriend around. We're just sitting there and didn't dump the dresser at all. It's never fallen before or after that. My boyfriend instantly said my house was haunted after it fell, which made me pretty uneasy. I was out of town. My dad said that he walked into my room, and my Alexa was playing music. Which is weird because I don't have the app on my phone, and I've never used it to play music. My Alexa also will sometimes randomly switch to day mode in the middle of the night sometimes. Could be a programming error, though. My mom and I heard whistling in the house. This was when no one else was home. None of the windows were open, but I think we might have just been paranoid, but it really freaked us out. I was home alone and thought I saw a tall, dark figure in the corner of my eye. I legitimately thought it was someone standing there. I might have just been seeing stuff. And this one is the weirdest one. I used to wear 2 rings all the time. Took them off and set them on my dresser. I left to go take a shower for maybe 20 minutes. I walked back in and they were gone. I took everything out of my drawers and looked through everything one by one. I even moved my dresser away from the wall, and there was nothing. Then a month ago, my mom was cleaning off a shelf that had animal fur on it. She felt something buried in the fur. It was one of my rings. But I lost those rings years ago, and that shelf has only been up for a few months. Never had that shelf nor the animal fur in my room. I asked my mom to be real with me. Tell me if she took my rings. She said no and was genuinely freaked out about it. I looked through my dresser again and I can't find my other ring. And this one happened a few days ago. I was cleaning my room and I had a spinning holder for my makeup brushes. And at the corner of my eye, it was spinning slowly. I froze and was instantly freaked out. And the spinner sticks, so it's kind of hard to spin it. I was testing it out after I saw it. Takes a bit of effort to move it. Couldn't have just touched it without realizing it, but I don't think I did. Before I had this bedroom, it used to be an office room. We had a bookcase in it with lots of books. My mom said that same book would always fall off the bookcase and always face up. Never saw this happen, but it happened while she was standing in the room. I don't feel any negative energy, but I also don't think it's my brother if it is a spirit. And if it is a spirit, how do I find out who it is and what they want? And why are most of my occurrences with me and in my room? My household ghost talked to my niece and daughter. I, a 25-year-old male, moved into a new house in November. I'm renting, so I have a 12-month lease. And honestly, I love the house, but there's definitely something paranormal here. It started with small things, like lights flickering and my bedroom light turning off when it wasn't even touched. I chalked it up to electrical problems. Then, about a month into us living here, my 27-year-old girlfriend started saying she felt like something was watching her, and the house was creepy when she was alone. Allegedly. Excuse me. A few weeks after that, we started randomly hearing footsteps in our ceiling, like someone was upstairs. We would also regularly hear a singular knock on our front door every now and then, as when nobody was there. And also that light that would turn off in our room started turning off whenever we were getting dressed. Our cat started meowing at the ceiling in the laundry room every day, which is between our living room and the garage, and it also shares a wall with our bedroom. In January, I'm home alone with my 2 kids. S, a 10-year-old male, and E, a 6-year-old female. Back this up. Your son is 10 years old and you are 25. Alrighty then. Moving on. We were on the couch, which is on the opposite wall of our TV, and the TV was off. My son was telling my daughter and I a joke when suddenly, in the middle of it, the TV remote moved on the TV stand. It knocked over a Harry Potter wand to the ground. Our cats were asleep on the couch with us. It was unexplainable and freaked me out. The worst event was in March, during spring break. I had my niece, R, a 6-year-old female, over spending the night. And her and my daughter E were in the garage, which we've converted to a playroom. They were playing games. I was on the couch inside the living room. My girlfriend was outside smoking. My son was at his grandma's house. Suddenly I heard my daughter yell, "Yeah?" I didn't respond because I didn't say anything to her, so I thought she was talking to R. Then my daughter and niece both ran into the room and asked what I needed because they heard somebody call to them. My niece said it sounded like my mom. From her perspective, you know. I told them I didn't say anything. Nobody said anything. And they both explained to me that they definitely heard someone say both of their names, and to tell them to come here. They said it sounded like a whisper, but they were convinced it was my sister's voice, R's mom. I immediately called my sister and explained this to her because I was shocked, and these 2 little girls were both so sure of what they heard and were so scared that they wouldn't go back into the garage, or even go to get their shoes and toys. This is not the first time these girls have talked to the paranormal, unfortunately. My sister and I moved very close to each other in 2021, and I moved into my house first. The girls were 2 at the time, and my daughter didn't speak for the first 3 years of her life. But I caught her on the baby monitor talking to her ceiling in babble talk almost nightly. My niece spoke perfect words, and when they moved into their house, I watched my niece at my house while they moved their things in. A few days later, My niece told my sister and I that the demon that lives in my house came with her home to her new house. She explained that he got into the car with her and came home with her. This whole thing freaks me out. Saw a woman in white in my dream, recited Hunaman Chalisa, and never saw her again. Has anyone else experienced this? I'm originally from India, but currently live in Mexico. A few months ago, I had a really intense and strange dream that I can't shake off. I wanted to share it here to see if anybody else has had something similar happen, either in dreams or in real life. In the dream, I entered my bedroom like normal, but suddenly I saw a woman standing there in white clothing with long hair. Her presence felt off and eerie and heavy and disturbing. Instinctively, I lunged at her, trying to kind of drive her out or to confront her. But as soon as I did, she repelled me with some kind of a force, almost like I got quote-unquote yeeted, which somebody told me means thrown. Yeeted like a baseball straight into the wall. I physically felt the shock in the dream. At that moment, I don't know why, but I started reciting the Hunaman Chalisa, a Hindu devotional hymn known for protection. And as I kept chanting, I felt something shift, like I was gaining strength or protection. I launched at her again with this newfound energy, and this time, I somehow managed to push her out of the room to the window. I either threw her out or we both fell out. Not entirely sure. But as soon as that happened, I woke up. And here's the strange part. Since that night, I've never seen that woman again. Not even in other dreams. My house has felt normal and peaceful even. No lingering energy and no weird feelings. Has anybody had dreams like this, where you fight off a spirit or a ghostly woman in white? And has anybody used a mantra, like Hunaman Chalisa or otherwise, in a dream to protect themselves? I'm just trying to understand whether this was some spiritual experience, my subconscious, or something else altogether. Any insight or similar stories would be appreciated. You've all heard many. I'll never get used to that word. The Lady in Black. Still to this day, when me and my cousin talk about that night, we still have no clue who or what she was. Any ideas on what she was, or if she was just some high homeless person. But here's what happened. My cousin and I had snuck out from McDonald's, our own little rebellion. 2 teens hungry for 99p burgers. The walk to McDonald's was a little bit far, but we didn't mind it. The night was warm and beautiful, so we just walked. We were talking and laughing, and after we arrived at the McDonald's, finished our burgers, we decided to leave and head home. Walking the near empty streets just after 4 a.m., our voices low, feet scuffing along the pavement. That's when we crossed the road toward the tunnel walkway near Tesco. We were about to step forward into the mouth of the walkway when we both stopped at the exact same time. There is a house just off the path. A narrow, crooked walkway led up to it, and in the front window, a cat sat staring out, perfectly still. We'd seen this cat many times before. He would always approach us on our late-night walks around this area. This was the first night that he didn't approach us, though, so when we saw him in the window, it made sense. He's just in his home, I thought. His eyes caught the streetlight just right, glinting gold like coins, Something about it felt odd, not wrong exactly, but not right either. We noticed only one street light on. We thought that it was weird, but it was a dodgy town, so we didn't think much of it. And when we saw her below the street light, a woman in black standing at the bottom of the house or flat. She was tall and unnaturally tall, lanky, like her limbs didn't quite belong to her. Her clothes hung off her like smoke, loose and shapeless. Her head was tilted slightly forward, as if she was watching the cat too. Or maybe she wasn't watching it at all, but maybe she was waiting for us. At first, we thought it was some random drunk staring at the big cat. She hadn't moved, not even a twitch. And then she did. She turned, not slowly, not unnaturally. Well, not naturally. She spun around in one smooth, unnatural motion, like a puppet on a string, and her face locked onto ours. Her eyes were shadowed but fixed, her expression blank, yet somehow furious. Her skin was pale and too pale, stretched too tightly across her cheekbones and pointed chin. The second she looked at us, the world seemed to drop. A coldness slammed into my chest, sudden and bone deep. My skin prickled and every hair standing on end. My stomach lurched like I was falling, but I hadn't moved and I couldn't move. It felt like time stopped, but only for a second. Then everything in us screamed, not out loud, not even in words, just run. That wild animal panic that lives deep in your gut. The kind you can't reason with, the kind that keeps you alive. We bolted. No warning, no signal, just instinct. Legs pumping, breath catching in our throats, the echo of our footsteps, loud in the stillness. Down into the tunnel walkway we went, the lights overhead flickering dimly like they might die at any second. The air was thicker down there, like breathing through wet cloth. Our footsteps slapped against the concrete, and we didn't speak, and there was nothing even to say. Halfway through, we slowed just enough to glance behind us, and she was there, still following. Closer. Too close. And she wasn't running. She was walking that same slow, deliberate walk. But somehow, she was nearly right behind us. Her arms hung loose by her sides, her shoulders stiff, and her head tilted slightly, like she was studying us. Like she didn't really need to run to catch us. Her movements were silent, not a sound was made. It made no sense. She made the tunnel feel longer than it was. We ran harder. Our lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. The exit was just ahead, the stairs leading back up to the street. We scrambled up them two at a time, nearly tripping, hearts thudding like drums in our ears, and I turned and she was there on the steps, still walking, still gaining. I didn't understand it, like how. We were running flat out and she had moved faster than a crawl. But there she was, her face still calm, still blank, eyes locked onto us like we were already caught. We hit the street and kept going, sprinting down the sidewalk, past shops and shuttered houses. The lights above us blurred and our feet thundered on the pavement. I looked back again. She was still there, not running, not stopping, still walking, and somehow closer. We didn't stop until we saw them. Two men standing near a crossing, smoking, talking softly under the weak glow of the street lamp. We made a beeline straight for them. Our fear was plain in our faces, and they looked confused and, well, startled even. And when I turned back, she was gone and vanished. Not behind a corner, not retreating, just gone. We wanted to chalk it up to her being somebody that was high or something. but I couldn't explain the fact that she had just vanished. She got too high. But I swear it didn't feel like she'd left. It felt like she'd just stepped out of sight, like she was still nearby and watching, just out of reach, waiting. And even now, when I pass that street, or see a cat staring from a window, I get that same cold twist in my stomach, that pressure in the air, that feeling that something unnatural is near, that if I turn too slowly or blink too long, she'll be there, still walking, still catching up. Possible mimic. I think that I have a mimic problem. I've always been prone to witness and experience paranormal activity all of my life, so I'm not easily scared or impressed. Backstory. My boyfriend, 32, and I, 33, he bought a house in the countryside almost 2 years ago. It's a huge house that has an apartment above the garage and an in-suite in the basement. I rent the apartment and my mom lives downstairs. The seller almost got arrested after the sale and flew the country. Well, that takes a lot of lift. The family that rented the whole house lost everything and got evicted before the sale. My mother and I get sicker every year since moving in, have the same problems. Herniated disc on the same area on our back and chronic pain that put us almost out every day. Nerves problem in the same leg and so forth. My boyfriend got anger issues big time. Now everybody take antidepressant. Also, every tenant who lived above my garage moved out in a way worse state than when they signed the lease. The first one got drug problem and got all messed up. Broken bones and all by ambulance. Broken bones given to you by an ambulance? Well, that's counterintuitive. Never came back. The second was a couple and the guy got violent. I just had news, and since they moved out, he sees a therapist and they've never been happier. Well, that's good. The latest became a friend and she moved out yesterday. It's not a real apartment, it's just 2 rooms with a private entry and complete bathroom. Close enough. Usually, tenants take the room that's right above the garage as their bedroom because of the toilet that is annexed to it. Fancy. Well, my friend took the one that is more on the backyard side. She's scared of the other one as she heard things and just didn't felt right. Once she went to this room to open the closet and fell just pure rage. It ended up with the police, and if it wasn't for me, she would have ended up in the psych ward and the baby taken by CPS. She almost beat up her boyfriend! ! Why a mimic? Last week I was in the chicken coop that's in the garage. I heard my mom calling me and my boyfriend's names. It was as if she was right beside me. She was on the other side of the backyard in the garden. She was confused when I asked her what she wanted because she never called me. I already did 2 cleansing in the entire house. Every spell jars I make don't work and just broke or get moldy. I practice witchcraft and I've been for many years. I think whatever haunts my house has been there long before me. I think it eats the people, howling of hill house style, that we are less touched by it when there are tenants renting the rooms above the garage. Want to get rid of it. I tried speaking to it and it didn't do anything. I have a new tenant and this one is an old boomer that had a rough life. I think he's going to cause many issues. Or the opposite. Might be the opposite. animals behaving oddly. This thing happened about 6 weeks ago. Initially, I didn't really think anything of it. Only moments later I thought, well, that was unusual. I wish I had photos or videos of this. I'm thinking there may be a way for me to get screen grabs with the help of the staff at my head office. And I'm a school bus driver, and one spring morning, late April, early May-ish, I'm driving my morning run. It would have been around 7:20 in the morning. It was bright, sunny, and clear. I was driving down a dirt road approaching my fourth stop. I noticed in the road just before my stop was a congregation of animals. A cat and her kitten, 2 rabbits, and 3 crows. They're all sitting in the road in a circle facing each other, like they're discussing something. As I approached, they all glanced up at me and moved off the road in different directions simultaneously. It wasn't until after I stopped to pick up my student that there's this thought, like, how odd was that? That afternoon, I told the young man I picked up at the stop what I had seen there in front of his house. The look he gave me was gold, a mixture of surprise, happiness, and intrigue, perhaps. It was really neat. He actually ended up moving the next week from that house. Now he has a bit of magic to remember it. Wouldn't exactly call this paranormal. I do have plenty of paranormal encounters, but they're all just stories. I have no evidence or proof. I can share these in another post if anybody's interested. This, however, well, I was in a school bus, and the school bus has cameras, and as long as the bus is running, the cameras are recording. So I could potentially ask somebody at my head office if they would be willing to look at the footage for my run of those days. Give me a screen grab. Even just to confirm that I'm not crazy and that it did happen. The experience hasn't left me. I think about it at least 3 times a week. It wasn't scary or spooky or traumatic, it was just odd and unusual. The kind of behavior I imagine now is responsible for the beloved stories like Peter Rabbit or Winnie the Pooh. Yeah. I got summoned to purgatory last night as a guide. I don't normally dream. I usually go to sleep and wake up with no recollection of any dream whatsoever. Occasionally I'll get a nonsensical dream about my daily experiences. Last night was different. My dream was so vivid and cohesive, and I truly felt like I was serving a purpose there. I was brought to purgatory to be a guide to people that had trials there. All of these people were attempting suicide or on the brink of suicide. They were between life and death and were faced with different trials. If they passed their specific trial, they got a second chance at life. If they failed, then they passed on. My job was to give hints to them about how to pass their test. They had to realize what in their life could help them out of their situation. I was able to save 2 people, but I lost 1. The first person I helped was a teenage girl. Her specific trial was an obstacle course set in a bog type of thing. The water wasn't water, but was a slime that could cling to your skin, slow you down if you touched it. She was being chased by a shadowy being. Her only goal was to not be caught. I was helping her, though, and this going over and over again until she realized that she was able to face the monster with the help of her friends. She woke up from her attempt in her bathtub with a pill bottle in her lap. She tried to OD, but earned her second chance at life. I could only speculate, but the monster was either her mom or bullies at school. I think it uttered the phrase, "commit to gun mouth," at one point, making me think bullies. Never heard that sentence in my life. The second person was a man, mid-30s, and very obviously had a manual labor job by his build. He was digging in a mine, but kept getting buried by cave-ins. In this one, I told an anecdotal story about how family is one of the pillars of healthy life, and he was able to realize that he could use his family, spirituality, and other aspects of his life to lean on, just to kind of help him out of the trouble. In his case, for everything he realized, he could rely on it, physically manifested as a pillar to help hold up the mine, the strongest being his wife and daughter. She was about 3 and cute as a button. He woke up in his recliner with an empty bottle of Jack at his feet and a revolver in his hand. He cried for a bit and he went to hold his family, and I'm guessing his trial represented all the things in his life he was trying to deal with and felt overwhelmed. The last guy in the room was suffocating. Literally darkness. I was there trying to get him to realize that even the smallest of things could be the light of your life. He had a tuxedo cat that adored him. He was supposed to realize that even small things could light up his darkness and provide warmth. Would have literally spawned a light, then he could see the way out. But he didn't listen. The darkness got him and snuffed him out. I saw him jump off the top of a building, and he passed on. His trial was supposed to represent his struggle with depression. Well, pretty sure anyways. It was a surreal experience to have something like that. And if you were one of the people that I helped above, well, keep it up and I believe in you. I feel a bit paranoid after my last time going into the woods. I don't know if I'm just overreacting or not, but I am a bit spooked. For context, I'm a young woman who lives in the Ozarks. I've always enjoyed hiking and being in the mountains. I know there's folklore and spooky stories surrounding the region, even including mentions of cannibals and cryptids. But I personally have never really felt fear in the woods until recently. The end of my yard is where the woods begin, and I'm not unfamiliar with the land. I've spent hours out there. There's a few small walking paths from, I'm assuming, hunters or people who go back there to fish. The other day, however, I felt so off about my walk. I felt watched, like something was behind me or perhaps next to me in the trees. I just couldn't see it. I went past the gate and into the woods regardless, telling myself it was normal instincts. Birds watching me constantly when I'm out there. I was only a few steps in and climbed up the deer stand out there to calm myself, thinking that being up high would ironically ground me, if that's the type that's kind of a ladder and you attach it to a tree. However, I started feeling something tapping on the metal ladder. Thought maybe it was nothing but my imagination, but I heard it over and over again, tapping in silence and then tapping again. Couldn't figure out what was causing the noise. I just felt weirded out and went back to the gate and turned back into my yard. But I heard a twig or branch snap. Nothing in sight. Maybe it's some animal. I've had encounters with deer, though. When they spook, I always hear them running after. The ground's covered in crunchy leaves. So I hope it's just a small animal that I wasn't able to really hear flee. I felt pretty spooked and quickly headed back into my house. The night after, I had a vivid nightmare about being chased by something I can't fully describe while alone in the woods. I just know that it was something, some type of thing or person trying to get to me. And I've just been a bit scared since. I really want to calm myself. I've never had feelings like that toward the woods. I've lived around this area my entire life. I don't know quite how to get it out of my mind, even though I know it was probably nothing. It's been a year. A little backstory. I've always been a bit sensitive when it comes to paranormal things, but mainly it's dreams. Over the last year, I've become scared to walk around the house at 3 a.m. I know it sounds cliche, but that's when most of it starts and ends at 4 a.m. My family moved into the home 7 years ago, and within the past year, I've had the most encounters ever. Nothing harmful has happened, but it's more of a I'm here type of thing. It first started when both me and my husband heard something talking. Nothing was on, and we assumed it was one of the kiddos' iPads. We went back to sleep and were wakened by a loud boom, assuming something fell. Ow. There's nothing. So it's been months at this point. I have an art studio downstairs, not fully a basement due to the design, but I take a break to use the half bath. Out of habit, I close the door. Then I heard 3 knocks at the door. Assuming it was somebody, I opened it quickly. Nothing was there and everyone was asleep. Maybe I shouldn't have opened it. And my house was built in the 70s, so you can hear creaks on both sets of stairs. No evidence because you would have to run fairly quickly. Weeks later, you can hear voices and sounds like 2 people are talking, but not loud enough for you to make out what they're saying. When approaching, it goes away, and again, nothing that could have done that. My husband said it sounds like a video game playing on an iPad. You can hear it, but not make it out. No iPad or electronics were on to even play something. My son has heard the man as well. I've had small things go back and forth, like an unplugged wire or a single leaf on a fake plant. And this week, Monday actually, 3 a.m., my senior dog began walking back and forth on the ottoman, like he's following something. He usually jumps on it when he's playing or excited. No tail wag, just going from end to end and calling his name. Still did it, so I decided to get up and let him out, and he didn't potty, so we went back in. He then laid with me, and by that time it was close to 4 a.m. I'm not sure who or what it is and why, and I believe it's a man and a woman. I sense a woman, while the man is only felt when they're talking to each other. My husband's childhood home was haunted, but he chose to ignore it. I can't. I don't want to make things worse, but it does freak me out at times. I saw my grandparents. Alright, here it goes. So far, I've only told a few people because I was around 11 when I had this dream. A little backstory for my grandfather on my dad's side. His dad got sick and passed when I was 5. Now, fast forward back to age 11. I had a very vivid dream, standing outside of my grandparents' house. The front door opened and it was bright and, well, unnaturally bright. In the door frame, I see my grandfather and grandmother. They look at me and then embrace each other. After the embrace, they walked further into their home and the brightness was gone. I woke up and my mom's sensitive to these types of things, so I told her my dream and explaining details and what they wore and hairstyles and facial expressions. They were younger, I'm guessing around the age that they moved in that house. They had 10 kids. Yeah, 10. But it was the 50s and 60s, east side of Detroit. My mom believed me and I just went to school. A little shaken up about the dream. Like, why did I have this dream? Unfortunately, I found out after school. My dad called me and his voice was cracking, telling me my grandmother passed. I could almost drop the phone, but I knew my dad needed me. So we talked for a few more minutes and exchanged I love yous and hung up. At the funeral, portraits for her throughout her life were all over the room. Pictures I've never seen. Spent time with my grandma, but not that much at her house. The one that stood out to me was the picture of my grandfather and grandmother. They were wearing the same clothing as in my dream. I was questioning myself. Maybe I remember seeing a picture or how my grandfather looked. I couldn't describe him before that dream, yet after I could name all very detailed features. Even then, why did I have that dream that night? And why were they both in it? All the same details as a picture I'd never seen. I got sick from a town full of witches. Doctors found nothing. An old man in a hidden house cured me. My stepdad's side of the family is from a province I won't name for obvious reasons. People there are different. The place has a reputation. Locals say that there are Mankukulam living there. Folk witches, both good and bad. Everyone in the area is careful about how they act, and what they say and who they look at. Even my stepdad warned me, always be respectful and never let your guard down. Anyway, we went there for a short visit. One afternoon, I bought a sealed bag of chips and was walking and snacking when I felt somebody behind me blow air directly at the back of my neck. It wasn't just wind, it was like somebody exhaled on me. I turned around, no one was there, and just a few old houses and quiet streets. I brushed it off. A few hours later, I started feeling really weird and dizzy and heavy. I lost my appetite completely, and my sense of taste disappeared. I couldn't enjoy food and couldn't sleep well. Just felt drained. My chest was tight, but no fever. We went to a hospital the next day for blood tests and vitals, and everything came back as normal. Doctors told me I was fine, maybe just stressed or tired. But I knew something was wrong, and I felt off, and I wasn't the only one who thought so. My stepdad immediately took me to somebody he knew, an old man who lived in a hidden house far from the center of town. No signs, no lights, just a path locals apparently already knew. And this guy was quiet and calm. Didn't ask questions, just told me to sit. Placed his hands on my head and muttered something in a language I didn't recognize, then blew gently over the top of my hair. He handed me a small shot of some kind. Some bland-tasting oil, and told me to drink it. I don't even know what was in it, but I followed along. Nothing happened instantly, but about a day later I started feeling normal again. Appetite came back and taste returned, and the fog in my head lifted. Whatever that old man did, spelled prayer or placebo, I don't know, but it worked. I'm not saying I believe in kulam or spirits, but I can't explain what happened either. I just know that something invisible messed with me, and science didn't catch it. Be careful out there, especially if you're visiting places with deep-rooted traditions. Some things can't be explained, and sometimes the old ways still have power, whether you believe or not. I'd let that guy blow on my head. Just wouldn't be any hair. Behind every myth is a warning. At Paranormal M, we dig up the legends and uncover the disturbing truths that they're hiding. Subscribe if you want to know what really happened. What is the weirdest or most paranormal thing that has ever happened to you? According to some of my relatives, half joking, half serious, they say that my mom and one of my aunts once played with a Ouija board when they were kids, right at the entrance of our house, the one that connects the street to the patio. Since I can remember and became aware of my surroundings, I started to notice certain presences, if I can call them that. During my childhood, from around age 6 to 10, I shared a room with two of my siblings. There was always one rule that we agreed on: never look at the window. The room had a big window that stretched from the floor to the ceiling. It faced a small back room where we kept brooms, the gas tank, and the boiler. Kind of like a cleaning room. From that window, we would often see things. Our bunk bed was right next to it. We never turned to look at it on purpose. We had many nightmares as kids, would often sleep in the same bed. When we did get brave and look, nothing would happen. As if what we thought we saw was just our imagination or tricks of the light. Sometimes, around 3 and 4 a.m., we'd hear light tapping on the window, like someone knocking at a door. Other times we'd hear whispers calling our names. It was honestly terrifying. We avoided looking at the window because we did see strange things. I remember seeing 2 little girls there. It wasn't just once. It happened several times. Always at night. They stood so close to the glass it felt like I could sense their breath. One wore a black dress and the other a red one. They looked like old, creepy dolls. Even now, remembering that gives me chills. Things got more intense over time. Louder noises at the window, knocks on the door, and even footsteps or heels on the roof. But our house is only 1 story, and the upstairs apartment was empty most of the time. By the time I was 9 or 10, I'd see shadows moving from the corner of my eye. Later, things started getting knocked over or moved. And once we came home from school around 11 p.m. and my bedroom door suddenly slammed open like somebody had kicked it. That same night, the window was hit so hard it felt like it might break. Then the bed moved. Not slightly, but violently. Like somebody shoved it with full force. We were just 3 kids home alone, and I swear it was terrifying. Eventually everything stopped. No noises, no shadows, and it was like whatever was tormenting us had disappeared. Maybe because we weren't little kids anymore, but it wasn't really over. After 2 quiet years, weird things started again when a relative visited, and that day, they swore they saw a man dressed entirely in white, about 6 feet tall, wearing a white suit, a white hat, and with pale, colorless skin. They said he waved at them from the upstairs apartment, but we knew nobody was living there. Other guests later asked about the old man in white. They thought he was our grandfather. We didn't have a grandparent living with us, and apparently he would wave at them from above. Later on, the relative who stayed upstairs said he often heard little girls laughing. One time, he dreamt of a girl who tried to take him with her. He realized it wasn't his daughter and woke up sweating and freezing with the sensation that he was still holding something in his hand. After that, things stopped again. It was as if whatever was there just started to ignore us. But around age 15, I started hearing footsteps in the upstairs apartment again. The same noises behind the window returned, and then a new thing started. I began seeing a little boy. Sometimes we'd spot him in the patio watching us. Other times he'd just walk around, and eventually I moved into what used to be the storage room. Just a regular room where we kept stuff. That's because I needed my own space as a teenager. Since moving into that room, things have gotten even weirder. Sometimes I wake up and find the wardrobe doors open. My desk chair, which is right next to my bed, is always facing me, like it's watching me sleep. And sometimes somebody knocks on my door. Other times I hear a child laughing or crying. There are nights when everything is quiet, and others when it feels very active. And lately I'm scared to sleep with my back facing the chair, and every time I do, I feel something climb onto the bed or someone breathing on the back of my neck. So now my rule has changed. It's no longer don't look at the window. It's don't turn your back on the chair. After 2 decades from my own memory, I finally wrote down my experience. It's been over 20 years. Sometimes I wonder if I made it all up. Like maybe my mind filled in the gaps over time, reshaped the past into something stranger. But then I talked to my mother and she remembers too. So I know what happened, I just don't know why. And this is a true story about becoming closer to somebody after they were gone. Andy was the cousin of my high school boyfriend. I just moved to a neighboring state and we were dating long distance. I met Andy through that boyfriend, but we didn't spend much time together. We were probably closer to acquaintances more so than friends. I don't remember everything now, but I do remember him being an incredible breakdancer. And I remember how sweet he was to his younger sister, the kind of deep older brother love that can't be expressed with words. He passed away at 19. He had gone swimming in a river and was swept away. They found his body 2 hours later downstream. And I wasn't there, I heard about it from afar, but I couldn't stop thinking about his sister. His death was a shock, but what happened next shook me even more. A little over a month after he passed, I received a phone call from an unknown number. It was just after 3 a.m. When I picked up, all I could hear was static and beeping and a strange cycling of radio channels, snippets of music, voices in other languages. Then I heard a voice I knew. "Hello, who is this? It's me, Andy." Completely shaken, I hung up and I sat there confused, a little bit angry. Didn't even have Andy's number when he was alive. We had a few mutual friends, but not many. Couldn't think of a single person who would prank me like that, especially at that hour, especially on a school night. But the calls didn't stop. Every night after, always around 3 a.m., always with static, and always starting with Andy's voice. As strange as it sounds, I started to adjust. But eventually, I stopped hanging up and I stopped panicking. Our conversations became longer. Eventually, I started to question my sanity. I changed my number and the calls kept coming. So I told my mother. Being Japanese, she didn't even blink. The presence of spirits didn't shock her, but I needed more than belief. I needed to make sure I wasn't imagining things. When the next call came, I handed her the phone. She took it calmly and spoke to Andy, and from then on, whenever she was awake, she'd sometimes take the calls too. She even tried to help him transition, bringing in physics, shamans, and psychics. Anything to urge him to move on. But Andy didn't seem lost, and in our conversations he never talked about being stuck. He never even acknowledged that he had died. He talked about traveling, about visiting family in countries and how beautiful they were. And in those 2 years of strange nightly calls, I came to know him in a way I'd never had when he was alive. I learned that Andy was curious. He had a sense of humor. He liked to play the occasional prank, and he was a great listener, thoughtful and deeply caring. Sometimes a little stubborn. The strange truth is I spent more time with him after he passed than I ever did while he was alive. Toward the end of those 2 years, the static became heavier. Andy's voice got harder to hear, and our calls grew shorter. And then one day they stopped. I like to think that was him transitioning, or I guess maybe not. Maybe he's still traveling. It took me over 2 decades to write this, and for years I kept it to myself, only sharing it with a few close friends, and I did struggle with deep imposter syndrome. But if Andy's family ever finds this, I want them to know Andy's spirit lived on, and he visited and he traveled. I can't explain any of it, and I still don't know why it happened, but this is what I remember. Rest in peace, Andy Panyanovath. June 28th, 2006. Was this a fairy trap? My husband, a 30-year-old male, and I, a 25-year-old female, entered into a different reality through some mystic tunnels. The story begins with my husband and I going by our lonesome to some haunted train tracks our friend group had showed us. The train tracks themselves had a weird vibe, and when a ritual was performed, you could see a ghost train. I put haunted and ghost in parentheses because I'm very skeptical in general. But after our last trip, I may be a bit of a believer. The ritual would be for all of us to be in a single car, go through two very small, identical tunnels. These went underneath the tracks, with maybe half of a mile between the two. When I say small, please understand it was only room for one car at a time on a dirt road, and passing through you could reach your arms out the windows and touch the sides of the tunnels. Upon passing through the second tunnel, you would make a U-turn passing back underneath the second tunnel. You'd park before passing back under the first tunnel and wait. Upon waiting, a ghostly bluish tinted train would come. And if you tried to throw something at the train, it would always end abruptly before whatever was thrown could make it up. The one time my husband and I went by ourselves, we passed under the first tunnel just talking. We'd kept laughing and chatting until we realized that we hadn't passed the second tunnel yet and had been driving for about 10 minutes. The tunnels were extremely tiny, and in fact it would cause a weird feeling of dread as you passed through them. Noticing we hadn't passed it yet when we should have, we got quiet and turned off the radio. We drove for another 5-ish minutes when all of a sudden we have a weird feeling that we should turn around. We both decided that we should turn around and that maybe we had just spooked ourselves. Nothing particularly interesting had happened, and we just felt overwhelmed. Upon turning around, we come across a tunnel within what felt like 2 minutes, even though we'd been driving for at least 15 minutes. We had laughed when we saw the tunnel, thinking we scared ourselves and were just kooky idiots. We decided to leave instead of wait for the train, since we thought that we hadn't done the ritual. However, after we passed underneath that tunnel, we came across the true first tunnel again on the way out. Both of our blood ran cold. This was when we were seeing that first tunnel being the second tunnel on the way out. We'd only entered in one coming in, passed through two on the way out. We spent 15 minutes traveling, but only 5-ish going out. To this day, we still don't know what happened, or really what would have happened if we kept driving. Advice needed. Skeptic to non-skeptic. My partner and I got our first apartment together in May. It was an emergency move, but I adore our place. All of our furniture is secondhand and some antique. I collect oddities, so I brought my own smaller antiques and bones, skulls, and insects. Ethically sourced. I also brought things I'd inherited from my neighbor after she had passed. My first experience was when I was home alone in bed. The entire weight of my bed shifted like somebody sat down on it. No biggie, I'll sit in the living room. Creaks from upstairs and other rooms, maybe the AC or maybe the freezer being noisy. Well, one night around 3 or 4 a.m., I could hear cups sliding on the counters, a plastic one falling on the floor, and cups getting picked up and plopped back down. plop. I hadn't said anything before because, well, it felt minor and my partner doesn't believe in the paranormal. So of course he found it silly when I told him the next morning. We have a 2-story apartment, even though it's just the two of us. While I used our master bathroom, my partner used the one upstairs. He came down after and accused me of pranking him. I was still doing my business in the bathroom, and he said somebody whispered into his ear, but incoherently. It freaked him out, but he was still skeptical. Meanwhile, I was and am staying home alone 11 hours a day, 5 days a week to take college classes, while my job's on summer break. The experiences became less subtle, and my drink sliding away from me, and my garbage bin getting knocked over, etc. But nothing to make me afraid. Nothing bad had happened, just creepy and mildly inconveniencing at times. A little over a week ago, we were able to bring my cat to live here, and he's an ESA. ESA. He's very clingy, but very energetic. I hung up some toys with bells on them, and he gets the zoomies at night. My partner woke up from the bells and opened his eyes to darkness, but also a figure darker than the surrounding darkness. It began to creep closer to him, so he turned on his flashlight. And of course, no one there. Checked out the living room, but my cat wasn't there with his toys. My partner thought he'd bolted, but to his surprise, he came back to the room to see the cat was snuggling up, dead asleep, sprawled out on the back underneath the blanket with me. Seeing my partner's lack of skepticism made me anxious. Some information. We have dual-function CO detectors. They very much work, and I have my partner regularly check the apartment for intruders. My breath is now... my voice is gone. And we have a camera. I always leave a lamp on at night for bathroom trips. I don't know how it turned off that night. We don't partake in drugs, only if I take prescribed medications for chronic illnesses. And I have saged my apartment twice. We can't leave, so what can I do? And if you're a skeptic, how do I put myself at ease? If you're a believer, how can I protect my space? Or can we peacefully coexist? I don't even know if I'm asking the right questions. My knowledge for the paranormal is pretty much service level. The Devil's Triangle. This happened to me when I was younger. It is a true story. I was maybe officially in my double digits, but still around that age where the only scary stuff you know and believe, it's the cliched things like zombies and vampires and werewolves and the devil and things like that. Those are classic things people believe in, huh? I had and still have best friends who happen to be twins. We lived in New Jersey at the time, and I was maybe 15 minutes away from their house. The area I lived in was nothing but houses, but they lived in the middle of nowhere. Woods, and more woods for ages. And naturally, we loved this. I met them in 3rd grade, and we started hanging out around 4th grade. Well, from the start, they told me all about the paranormal stuff that they'd claimed happened around their house. They were the first people to get me into the spookier side of things. They introduced me to YouTubers whose videos still give me the chills now as an adult. Shout out to Mr. Nightmare, laughing my ass off. And from the start, they told me of a supposed Satanist cult in their area. Now, again, I wasn't a huge believer in ghosts or anything at that age, but it was interesting to hear about it from 2 kids who very clearly were believers. Anyways, there's a field pretty close to their house. About halfway down that field is a quarry. There's a gravel road, like pit road is what we called it. It leads through the woods and down into the field, so workers and trucks can come and go to the quarry. Well, just in the woods, a short, maybe 5-minute walk from pit road was a spot they called the Devil's Triangle. And they never explained it, so I had no idea what it looked like. But they did tell me about it all the time. I always pictured some ritualistic table with skulls and candles and whatnot, being a young kid. Well, we talked about it. We never went there, till a year or so of hanging out. So, sometime around 5th grade, they finally decided to take me there. So we made the short walk to the field, then along the tree line surrounding it, and eventually onto Putt Road. We avoided the passing trucks, as people, especially children, weren't allowed back there. And eventually, they pointed and told me we needed to step off the trail and into the woods to continue. The second, and I mean the exact second, my foot hit this grass and leaves off the trail, it hit me like the burning, spine-tingling sensation of being watched, of eyes burning to the back of your neck. It was also accompanied by this horrendous butterfly feeling in my stomach, like any second I would throw up. I kept quiet and I didn't want to chicken out. They'd think I was a wimp. So we carried on, eventually. I saw it. Absolutely fuck all. Nothing. Until we stepped closer. I can only describe it as a crater in the ground. A random 7 to 8 foot deep circle in the ground. Probably about 30 or 40 some odd feet in diameter. Not super great with measurements. But the odd thing is the fact that the center of the crater was raised, level with the ground around it, and on that center was an old fold-out table. I say old, but it could have only been a year old, but the weather has made it look so nasty and worn. It was almost snapped in 2 pieces, and that was it. The Devil's Triangle was more of a Devil's Donut. This is where they pointed out the triangle aspect. There were 3 trees, the only sign of life in a forest filled with it. 3 trees on the outer edge of the crater. They just so happened to form a triangle around the crater itself, and moving on from the descriptions, we stood at the edge of it, not really wanting to step in considering it was supposedly evil. But the youngest of the twins, C, decided that we should, so as we walked into the woods, they had this thing intensify 100-fold as we stepped down into the triangle. And then I remember nothing. Absolutely nothing. Ow. One of the twins, M, stayed close, seeing that I'd been getting paler the whole walk to the triangle. But he did explore just like C, and we separated, all staying in the triangle. Just not side by side or anything. After about 5 minutes, when M looked at me, he said I was looking around, but I was blank-faced. He apparently said, "You looked really bored, P." My response to him was, "M, come here." "I'm right here, dude." "No, I mean come here now." He said I didn't shout and I wasn't angry. It wasn't anything. But something made him come over to me, and the second he stood beside me, one of those 3 trees fell. A perfectly healthy, intact, living, quite large tree collapsed, exactly where he was standing not 3 seconds ago. C looked over, asked what happened, and M responded and explained the situation. C looked at me and asked, "Why did you call M over?" I knew. They asked me about 59 times what I knew meant before I suggested we leave. So we ran. After 5 minutes of running, they said we stopped to catch our breath, and that's where my memory kicks in. I remember stopping to breathe, but that's it. I don't remember going into the triangle. I don't remember calling M to me, and I don't remember the tree. I don't even remember leaving the triangle and running. I remember catching my breath, and then I was fine. Trying to play it off to act like I hadn't just lost crucial moments of our lives. I asked them to repeat what happened to make sure I remembered them correctly, and they did word for word, and they both swear the same things happened. And they still, to this day, don't know that I don't remember it, that I have no idea what made me say those things. And I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to say if it was a demon because it saved my friend. But it did happen. I can't remember a goddamn thing. And that story is one of 2 times I had. It's like some sort of connection with the paranormal. Knowing someone else and something else was there with us. Or apparently speaking through me. Naturally, I haven't told many people. It's because I think they'd assume I'm batshit crazy. So I figured I'd share through here. My abusive ex haunted and cursed me. So about 6 months ago, I got out of an abusive relationship. TWDV. TWDV. I got nothing. Anyway, for context, I'm a 22-year-old female, and I was dating a girl the same age as me. We got together when we were both 20, and I was instantly enamored by her. I was so drawn to her, and the more I learned about her, the more attracted to her I was. Our relationship was great at first, laughing together for hours, going on many adventures together and becoming best friends first, until it all went to shit. So my ex was really big into spirituality and astrology and all that. So it was something we talked about a lot before we started anything romantic. And we had a very creepy experience together while randonauting. Randonauting. Which is a whole other story in and of itself that I can't even begin to explain. Damn. She eventually told me that she was a practicing witch, and had been since high school. Honestly, I thought it was kind of cool, and wasn't really sure what I believed in at the time, but I knew I had just experienced something out of the ordinary that I couldn't explain. So as the months went on, my ex and I grew closer. She began divulging more about this side of herself to me. She told me that she prayed to Lilith, Satan's mistress, because she was a strong woman figure, in parentheses, and, quote-unquote, represented dark and repressed femininity. At the time, I really thought nothing of this. I thought she was just like being a feminist, you know. Honestly, I didn't like the idea of religion because of the corruption of it all historically, and even presently. So I hope you understand that these blaring red flags weren't so loud to me. But after a while, our relationship started to turn sour. Arguments got more and more volatile and eventually led to her putting her hands on me. The first time it happened, she looked into my eyes and smiled at me while she did it. It was the most disturbing, terrifying smile I've ever seen in my life. It wasn't anything like that Smile movie. It was like a side smirk, almost like I finally have the chance to do this. Like she had been waiting. Like she was excited. Safe to say, I was terrified and confused, and at the time I knew my ex had a temper, but I didn't know she was capable of putting her hands on me. Especially not to the extent that she did. She didn't just put her hands on me. She dragged me through the house and beat me in every room, banged my head against walls and glass doors and left me bloody and bruised. I tried to leave, but she refused to give me my phone or keys. So I had to say fuck it, and make a run to the near 7-Eleven where I called the police. They took one look at my injuries, heard my story, and took me back to my house and arrested her. Watched her get dragged away in handcuffs, screaming and crying that she loved me and was sorry and just wanted to talk to me, and I was gutted. And unfortunately, that wasn't the end of her story. I picked her up from jail that day, and she told me that there was a restraining order in place and that we weren't allowed to be seeing each other. I was devastated, and it seemed that she was too, and she expressed that she wanted things to work with us. She wanted to make it work no matter what she had to do, and we talked about it and came to the conclusion that the only way to continue was if I got the charges dropped. That way, this is all a little bit confusing, because she couldn't bear to be with me if she had assault charges on her name because of what she did to me. Again, I see how big of a red flag this is now, but I was so entangled in the manipulation I didn't see it before, and so I did everything I could to get them dropped. I told the police I'd lied, paid for her lawyer, all while she wasn't working. And she never had a real job our entire relationship, by the way. But, to nobody's surprise, the hitting didn't stop that day. It only got worse and more frequent. But I wasn't going to risk calling the police again, because I knew what happened last time, and how mad she got when she saw the discovery and watched the body cam footage of me telling the police what happened. So I endured it. Months of living in a complete silent hell. She would physically restrain me and spit on me and not let me leave and threaten to rape me. Put her knees into my abdomen, and mind you, I'm 5'2" on a good day, and she's 5'8" and pretty significantly bigger than me. And threatened to kill me constantly. Jesus. She verbally abused me severely, and I honestly thought I deserved all of it. Not only did the beatings get worse, but the worse they got, the more she enjoyed them. One time in particular, I started to have an asthma attack during the beating. Jesus. She just sat back and smiled at me, waiting for me to die. And then she suddenly started to panic and called 911, freaking out on the phone with them and crying. This didn't just happen once either. Sorry, I'm not laughing because it's funny, I'm laughing because it's absurd. I came to terms with my fate. I was terrified, but I didn't know how to leave, and I knew I was going to end up dead. Until one day, we had a fight, and she ended up manipulating me into saying I wanted to die after telling me numerous times for months that I'd be better off dead. And everybody else would be too, and she had had me admitted into a psychiatric unit. Backwards land. I was livid at first, and I thought she deserved to be locked up in there, not me. Yeah, but I didn't know that this would end up saving my life. Being away for a week and being surrounded by people who saw me, who told me I wasn't worthless and that I was actually pretty cool, gave me the strength to leave, and it was one of the hardest things I had to do. And she continued to harass me for weeks after I ceased communication, refused to leave my house, and completely destroyed it before she did. Oh. And completely destroyed it, and before she did, took a lot of my belongings. But at least I got out with my life intact. In the next few months, I got a restraining order against her, but the terror never faded. I still felt her presence, and I felt her haunting me, whispering into my ear, and it felt like she was still there. And then I remembered what she had told me. If we ever break up, I'm cursing the fuck out of you and your family, your mother, your brother, your sister, your uncle, your dog, and your uncle's dog. And then, the things that had been happening around the house began to make sense. You don't say. 2 weeks after we broke up, I'm sitting in the house with my friends. It's after she'd left. And the second somebody called her evil, the joint I was hitting completely burst into flames. There's no lighter in sight, and I was just hitting that... Excuse me. There is no lighter in sight, I was just hitting that bitch. And this wasn't the only thing that happened. Shit would fly off the shelves when we talked about her and some other shit, and I was terrified. I'm not being professional enough. So I started asking around and talking to people I knew that knew about this shit, until I found somebody that could help, and she told me everything. She basically explained back our entire relationship, how she wanted me to think that her hitting me was my fault and that my sadness gave her more power. And that's how she was such a powerful witch already. Switch that W around. She was using me to become more powerful. She really had been enjoying it, and not only that, but she had placed dozens of curses on me and my family, and she started this when we were still together. I don't want to detail what the curses were, because I'm not really sure how this shit works, and I don't want to manifest that anymore, so I won't, but I will say, she wanted me dead. The person I spoke to said she would help me, and in the days after, I felt a weight lifted off my shoulders. The air felt more fresh, and I felt like I could breathe again, and I felt lighter and happier and safer. As much as I now feel protected spiritually, her memory still haunts me. Not only that, but I'm now haunted with the knowledge that she's doing the same thing to some other girl in some other state. And it's only getting worse, because the more curses she places, which she's still actively doing, the more she loses her soul. She's sacrificing her soul and her humanity to place these curses and to feel more powerful and to not feel pain anymore. Honestly, feel sorry for her. Nah. But more than anything, I feel sorry for the girl who's currently being tortured at the hands of this evil. Yeah. I hope more than anything she's okay, and I pray for her now, and I hope she survives and has the courage and strength to do what I couldn't and stop her. There's so many more chilling details, but there are some things I'm just not ready to talk about, and some things I don't want to put into the universe any more than they already are. So, I really hope you all can understand how truly terrifying this was, and still is, without the complete story. It's also my first time telling it, so I really hope it made sense. Yes, it was terrifying. Yes, it was made sense, and what the heck was that? Moving on. Something explodes in my head when I try to sleep. And it's not a dream. This started about 15 years ago. I was lying in bed almost asleep. It's when I heard a deafening bang, like a door slammed right next to my ear. I sat up in pure panic, heart racing. Everyone else in the house was asleep. Nothing had fallen, nothing had moved. There was no sound, but it felt like it happened inside my head. At first, I thought it was some kind of a dream, but it kept happening. Always when I was about to fall asleep or drifting in and out of sleep. Sometimes it was loud, like a thunderclap. Sometimes someone screaming my name or yelling something completely random, like, "Wake up or eat my muscles with vinegar." Yeah, really. Over the years, the sounds changed. Hopefully the subjects as well. And recently, it's more like an electric shock in my head. It's intense, with a wave that sometimes spreads to my chest or arm. I've even felt it build up like a pressure in the back of my skull. And if I move, it disappears, only to restart moments later. Almost like something is charging. I later discovered it's called exploding head syndrome, which sounds fake, but it's real. And surprisingly common. Still, part of me wonders, why can't I feel it build up before it strikes? Why do the voices sometimes sound so real? Why do some people experience it once in their life and others for decades? Has anybody here ever experienced something like this, or something that goes beyond the medical explanation? Only recently heard about that myself. The name of it's a bit jarring. We wonder if our son sees my grandmother. I was always skeptical about things like this. But I also hear a lot of stories about small babies seeing things. So yesterday, I got a call from my mom with an information that my grandmother passed away in the evening. Different country. She adored my son, who's 15 months old now. And he was the most important person in her life since she found out about pregnancy. Well, your pregnancy, I bet. I went to work this morning, came back before 6 p.m. My son visited me in the kitchen, skyling and hugging me. Then looked behind me and started waving, saying, "Papa," which means bye-bye. I turned around and asked what he's doing, and my wife said he's doing this since I left this morning. Looking at the corners of the rooms, waving and saying "Papa," and just to note, till now he was waving with Papa only when he was waving for goodbye. He was even doing this in the garden when we were playing outside. He even stopped once before in our bedroom, looked inside, and ran straight to my wife being scared. She said he's constantly running to her, wants to be hold, and then he waves again to X point and says "Papa." Even if I'm not fully convinced, as I never believed in stuff like that, I have a feeling somehow my grandmother came to visit him for the last time, as he was very important to her in life in the last 2 years. My story. Long story, but short, is God is real. Okay, so 2020 November. I was 14. Long story short, my brain went wonky, and I developed OCD. Didn't know what it was at the time. I thought I was just going mental. This was also COVID times. And on my phone, I kept seeing stuff about spiritual awakenings and 11/11 and all that jazz. I thought of all of this was happening because I was having one. When you read the rest, it won't make sense why I thought like this. I've seen ghosts since I was little and into my early teens. Seeing somebody stand at the end of my bed wasn't out of the norm for me. So when I did awake to see something, I just went back to sleep. Anyway, I started getting bruises on my legs and handprints and finger marks. They would be brown straight away and disappear as soon as they came, sometimes overnight. My parents saw these things happen over a period of time, kept their eye on it. And every morning I could guarantee to have a new one. I saw orbs and caught them on camera regularly. They would respond to me if I asked them a question, such as "Go past the camera if you're a boy." I would see shadow figures, and they were so black it was hard to comprehend. No faces, no clothes, just tall, black, and the outline of a body. I was called him the Oval Man, as the head was oval. Logical. Sleep paralysis with these shadow figures too. I would be dreaming and run out to my room and then be sucked straight back into bed by these figures. No matter how far I ran, which wasn't far, I'd be sucked back into bed, and all of this, plus losing my mind over OCD, was constant. I saw one of the figures loading a blue and purple light. No idea. I have a photo on my phone of one of these figures, but every time I show it, something gets broken or thrown across the floor. And one night, I heard long fingernails or claws drag down my bed frame, and then 3 knocks. I recently found out this is mocking the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. One day in the daytime, I saw a black claw with black scales. It was awful. made me feel sick. It was so real that the minute I saw it, it moved and went yuck. Right. Because of everything happening in my personal life, I developed depression through all of this. Hashtag or number sign of years old as me can't get a break. So I was very low and couldn't be left in a room alone as I thought about doing something silly. Went to the doctor with Dad as he was concerned about blood clotting, otherwise known as the bruises. Had blood tests and some geezer felt my tummy, and everything came back normal. Dad was really getting concerned now. Luckily for me, my parents are Christian and have had experiences with ghosts before, so they believe me. And this all kept happening over months and months. My father got in contact with a priest called Father Joe. He was chill and kept dismissing my stories, and that annoyed me. Anyway, we all said amen, and now being 14, experiencing all of this, you're a bit like this is pointless, and he said a 5-second prayer. Turns out this Father Joe was an exorcist, and he only dismissed my stories because he didn't want to scare me. And when I tell you I never had it since, it all stopped it overnight, basically. The power of Christ is unmatched, and I love that guy. I'm unsure if we're having paranormal encounters in our neighborhood. I live in the outskirts of Santa Lucia in Honduras, in the borders of a national reserve called La Tigra. We have dense forestry around, and beauty is overwhelming. Birds of all sorts come to our window to eat, and the weather is always fresh. Everyone around seems to enjoy this, but there are instances where this place doesn't feel as peaceful as it appears to be. For years, the main road right by the side of this area has been known for countless car accidents, and I've seen like 20 throughout my life. Most of them causing death, sadly, and it's all because of a dangerous curve right down and by the side of my house. I live on an elevated hill, so you can always see what happens. Long story short, these accidents have been speculated upon, and people, including my family, parents, cousins, and aunt, we all live close to each other. We relate them to the activity that we've all witnessed in the area. Just a few nights back, my brother and my aunt saw a door handle roll on its own multiple times. The door didn't open, but something was trying to. They've also seen a shadowy figure across the room at insane speeds. And my grandma, rest in peace, circa 2008, heard someone call her name right at the door. No one there. In the early 2000s, my parents were walking down a dirt road when 3 white short figures appeared behind them. Something threw rocks and branches and possibly trying to harm my dad, who stood between them and my mom. They still tell this story every now and then because a few years ago somebody in the area saw one of these figures in their house. She claims the thing became taller. She didn't even think about it to run and flee her house. Security guards of a private residence in the same area claim they've seen short white figures cross the dirt road too. Keep in mind, this all happened right by the side of the main road, the RN25 KM8. What could these be? Especially the white figures. I've tried to get footage from my aunt's security cams, but their software isn't great, at least with my house's cameras. It takes time to search the timeline, and I don't even have access to her cameras. There's not been a chance to explore them. The residence's cameras are even harder to get to, so don't even know the owners of the place. I never shared publicly, but here is my demonic experience. You want real for you? Well, careful what you seek. With those things out of the way, I present my experience with the demonic. Background. I grew up raised on Christian values, even attending Catholic private school for a couple of years. And despite this, I was a standout problem child and never really believed any of it at all. I found some of the stories from the Bible interesting, but overall detested going to church. Nobody in my family really forced the religion on me. I just happened to be within a family that held mild Christian values. With that said, none of them were really devout Christians themselves. And this is important, because it should be understood that I was quite aware of Christian beliefs, never actually took them as truth. Let's jump forward now to my teenage years, where all this began. At the age of 12, I was engaged with all things mystical and mysterious. I've read books and I browsed websites on everything between ancient aliens, conspiracies, ghosts, mediums, witchcraft, Illuminati, and the demonic. And this was around 2003, 2004. So just past the turn of the millennium. All of these things were of great interest to me, but I had no actual evidence or really reason to believe any of it. It wasn't until my family had made the decision to move that these things became more viable. My parents had locked in on a house they thought was perfect for us, and they were close to closing the deal. My mother wanted her mother, my grandma, to come and approve of it first. While I ran around the empty rooms trying to decide where I would have my bedroom, my mother showed my grandmother around. After the tour was given, my grandmother felt uneasy about the house, specifically the second floor. She didn't like the way it was set up and worried what would happen if there was a fire while me and my siblings were up there. This wasn't enough reason to deter my mother, though. After they checked over the potential new home, we proceeded to head back to the car. While on the drive, my mother mentioned to my grandma how she was weirded out because she could have sworn she saw a little girl staring at her from the second floor window. This led my parents to investigating the history of this house, and they had found to their amazement there was in fact a fire on the second floor of this house many years prior, and a young girl had perished in the flames. With that said, that strange coincidence was not enough to stop them from trying to buy the house. It was actually the fact that upon inspection there was found to be a roach infestation. My mother would not have any part of that, and this led us to find our actual new home in another nearby town, and this house was approved as much quicker and had the okay of my grandmother as well. So a couple of busy days go by, and we're all pretty much all moved in and set in our new home. This is when we get a knock on our door. Turns out it was the woman who previously lived there who sold us the house. She wanted to pass a message on to us, the message being that her mother had died in the house and that she would occasionally appear, but that we shouldn't worry because she was friendly and was just attached to the house. We're going to keep this on the back burner for now. Cut to a few weeks later. I had made a new best friend who lived right down the street from me. My house number was 112 and his was 12. Thought that was pretty cool. But no special meaning there, I don't think. It wasn't long after that I became close with his family, and they in turn became close with my parents. We would regularly visit each other's homes for get-togethers. The first get-together we had, my friend's parents asked mine about the move, where my parents filled them in on the details. And this is where things got a little bit strange. To our surprise, my friend's family actually lived in the house we were looking at prior for like a good decade. Or they proceeded to say they moved because that house was incredibly haunted. They said there was 2 different ghosts in that house, one of which was a young girl and the other a malevolent old man. This shocked my family. So far, intuition was on point. My friend had 3 older brothers, 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters, one of whom they adopted, and they also ran a daycare to their house, so it was quite packed on the daily. Each of the older brothers had traumatizing hauntings happen to them in the house. Well, that house. The oldest brother, who was 21 at the time, still wouldn't sleep with the lights off because of it, and this was the first point in my life where I'd seen multiple people confirming and agreeing upon spiritual activities in a real capacity. Now let's jump forward to about the age of 14. Following my same interests, I was fascinated with the idea of ghosts and spirits. I wanted nothing more than to interact with them in some way or another. But despite the past mentionings, I myself hadn't seen one single shred of their existence. It was frustrating, and I tried all manners of contact. I bought crystal balls and stared into mirrors in the dark and looked into black ink, researched Enochian and literally everything under the sun, and nothing would work. That is until I opened a Ouija board on my 15th Christmas. If there's one message to take from this entire thing, it is that I tell you from the bottom of my soul, do not engage with the Ouija board, period. I didn't immediately use it, but one day my friend and I were chilling per usual, and I'd remembered the new Ouija board I'd gotten for Christmas. I asked him if he wanted to use it with me, and he hesitantly said yes. I made him go down to the basement with me, because where else would be the perfect place to use it? I had just opened the box and placed the board when my friend chickened out on me. I mocked him and I told him, I'm gonna do it by myself then. Placed a little piece on the board and proceeded to ask it questions. But to no avail, nothing. I was extremely disappointed. I thought for sure this was going to be it, but no, I put it back in the box and brought it upstairs, and that was that. Or so I thought, because boy was I wrong, as wrong could be. Immediately, over the next couple of days, I started experiencing things that were unusual. The simple things at first, like lights being funny and my dogs acting strange and objects indoors moving. This, however, was spectacular to me. I had no fear whatsoever. If anything, I was extremely excited. More into the occult than ever, and I thought this was it. What I've been waiting for. Paranormal activities. These types of things continued for the next couple of years steadily. Then it finally happened. I seen my first ghost ever. I was 16 at this point and had been making my way from the kitchen through the dining room toward the living room. While I was gaping between the kitchen and dining room, I seen what I thought was my mother walking toward the kitchen from the connecting hallway. I took note in my peripheral of her pink dress, which threw me off a bit because my mother normally doesn't wear such a thing. It wasn't until I made my way through the dining room to the living room where I seen my mother and father sitting on the couch watching a movie. This instantly made me take 5, because I realized my mother not only was not wearing a pink dress, but was not in the hallway going to the kitchen. I proclaimed to my parents instantly of the shock and surprise I was in, but they straight up shrugged it off and continued with the movie. I didn't press the issue because I was now elated with the fact I'd actually seen a ghost, and I instantly presumed it to be the prior owner's deceased mother. I would go on to look at her as sort of a guardian spirit of the house, so to speak, though I never did see her again. This event was ultimately a bad thing, because it put me more at ease with the idea of communication with the dead. I took her spirit as an example of what all spiritual things would be like, which pushed me further into looking for such things. However, over the next 2 years, things progressed for the worst. I developed insomnia, And there would be random spots in the house that would make your blood run cold, and doors would knock over and over. Things would be thrown out of the closets and off dressers and shelves. And one of the more creepier experiences would be electronics acting without electricity. Dolls would speak their recorded sounds on cue, without batteries. I'd taken them batteries out and all such things and tried to prevent this. Lights would go on and off repeatedly. I've even had TVs go white static and start blasting max volume. I would unplug them, and it would stay on and go louder, and this scared the straight crap out of me, literally getting chills through my body reminiscing about it now. And these weren't things where I could question other possibilities. These things were seen as nothing other than what they were, like impossibilities. There was one night in particular where it clicked and the fear had taken permanently a hold of me. I had recently at the time gotten into the Harry Potter books. Big reader as a youngster. I was sitting on the couch in my basement, which was now redone as a TV room, where lots of things would happen, by the way. I had one of those little bendy lamps that you use for reading books as my only illumination. I was thinking to myself how great these books are and how I thought it was funny people at the time thought they were of the devil. And I shit you not, as I'm in this thought process, the light bulb just explodes, projecting the glass shards at me. Luckily, no harm done, but I instantly hopped up in fear and ran out of the basement to escape the dark. I flew up the basement stairs where this doll starts going off, like some bins of toys were kept under these stairs, and the fear jolted in me. I sprinted even faster and finally opened the basement door and reached for the hallway, light switch in front of me, flicking it as quick as I could, and again, I shit you not, as soon as I did, the hallway bulb exploded, and at this point I'm thinking, no fucking way is this happening right now. This happened 2 more times again in the living room, once more on the 2nd floor once I made my way up those stairs. 4 light bulbs exploded in total. Now again, I am quite rational despite these things. I am aware this could be very coincidental electronic wiring. But everything that ultimately happened says otherwise, and I made it to my bedroom on the 2nd floor where things sort of normaled out and I finally had light. It was at this point in life where these experiences were taking a toll on me, really ramping up my insomnia. I was in constant fear while at home due to these things happening left and right. Some of the things so common I barely batted a lash at them. Now, before we get to the big one, I want to give a few more descriptors of everyday occurrences at this point. While laying in bed, I would do everything in my power to avoid looking in my closet, which had a nasty habit of opening wide so I'd be gazing straight into a dark void. And before you say draft, I might add I would lock or blockade it regularly. No matter what I did, this freaking door would push itself wide open, moving whatever blocked it right out of the way. It got so bad I tried bargaining with it, just telling it that it was free to do what it wanted as long as it wouldn't open on me while I was trying to sleep. And I'm 33 now, and I tell you as a well-rounded adult that this was not mind tricks. Not every night, but quite a few of them. I would feel things crawling beside me onto my bed. Not in the general sense of where your mind is questioning if you're actually feeling or not, but in the sense the spring mattress would straight indent and compress as the invisible force crawled right beside me. Again, this scared the shit out of me, and I would freeze in fear. The last occurrence that I would see all the time affected other people. Due to my sleep problems, I always was the last one to fall asleep. I witnessed multiple times people's arms being raised in their sleep like they were reaching for the sky. There was a day when I had a cousin and 2 friends crashing over. and I watched as one of their arms were rising in the air. Made me feel like whatever this was taunting me, showing me that it could do whatever it wanted to whoever. And the real kicker was when I was sleeping on an air mattress in my younger brother's room, 4 years younger than me. I did this because at this point I was so terrified to sleep alone I needed to be near somebody to feel somewhat safe. As I was dozing off, I watched my little brother's arms raise into the air. And the only difference is this time he actually woke up while it was happening. I watched him groggily realize what was happening to him, and he jumped up to his feet and turned and ran into the frickin' wall out of terror and panic. I legit started laughing because I'd never seen anything so absurd and shocking in my entire life. The way his feet moved was like an old cartoon, like he was Sonic the Hedgehog. The way the blankets jumbled beneath his scurrying feet and the sheer speed at which he hopped up and darted into the wall. Safe to say, both my brother nor I got any sleep, and so if you've made it this far, you understand at this point whatever's going on has been ramping up and became more bothersome by the day. And this is where we climax. I had grown quite brave at this point. Because these things were so regular and common, I simply just became used to it. I was able to sleep solo once again. So there I am, lying down on the couch against the furthest back wall of my basement. And this was generally where I slept and hung out at this point in life. I had 3 dogs, and one of which was a little white chihuahua named Baby. I don't know why I say chihuahua like that, but I like it. But she was the most timid and docile, scaredy cat of dog that you could really imagine. Everybody who has pets understands that you can come to learn the general behavior of them. I had just turned off the lights, popped onto my back where my little Baby jumped on to sleep in my chest like she always does. And this is where the single most terrifying thing in my life happened. Baby instantly starts going to alert and standing up and growling into the darkness. And she does not ever act like this. Her fur is raised and her fangs are bared, and I can immediately perceive that this little dog is trying to defend me from something despite her, tiny stature. This puts me on full alert, and I sit up and also peer into the darkness while she's still standing guard on my lap. Next thing I know, she cowers. Her tail goes between her legs and she whimpers and flees. Before I can gauge what's happening, my arms were pinned straight down to my side. My back was forced straight down onto the couch. And I can see enough to tell you with 100% certainty there's nothing there. While forced down, it feels as if I was pushed 5 feet through the couch. Like my soul was straight pushed out of my body. I was so consumed by fear that there wasn't a single thought in my head other than static and panic. It seemed like forever. But in reality, it was probably 10 seconds. As soon as this force let go of me, I hopped straight up in my undies and darted through the darkness toward the stairs. And this is the part I want to make crystal clear, because this right here is the part you never want to experience. Those who think the paranormal and ghosts are cool have not experienced this sensation I'm about to describe. I tell ya, I felt a tangible hatred that was unlike anything I've ever felt. It was the feeling of something that hated every fiber of your being and wanted nothing more than to destroy every last bit of you in the most malevolent way possible. It was inhuman, the sensation. It was in this moment I understood hell is real, and this was something from there. There was no doubt in my mind. It was a sense of knowing, absolutely. It was the predator, and you were the prey. I scrambled room to room in my house, and just like before, every light bulb was shattering. I could not escape the darkness, and I made it to the 2nd floor and burst into my parents' room screaming. And I swear on everything they would not wake up. I shook them and yelled, and nothing. I then ran to the only person in the house at the time. my little brother. Same thing. He would not wake. It was like trying to shake somebody out of a coma. And I tell you in all honesty, I was 18. And I considered myself a man at this point. And I had loads of pride, and still, this did not stop me from hopping right into my brother's bed next to him, pulling the blanket over me. Now, you would think at this point I was safe, right? Wrong. This thing repeatedly, what it did in the basement, it took hold over my body over and over. And I could feel my mind breaking and my soul dying right in my very body. And after the 10th time, I was completely hopeless. I'd almost given in to defeat, on the verge of being scared to death and demolished by demons. This is when I remembered something I heard many a time from my Christian upbringing. Pray to Jesus. I swear to you on my eternal soul, and all that I love and hold dear, the moment I cried out to Jesus, this shit stopped on a dime. And 15 years have passed at this point, and I've not experienced a single thing mentioned ever again. Haven't even come close to getting the feeling that something paranormal is near me. Every single bit of the experience has vanished. And for the next year straight, I started praying at night, spending at least 15 minutes per night before going to bed through all my prayers. Though I don't pray as much, I am every bit as faithful, if not more, at this point in my life. However, that's not the complete end to this saga. The very next morning, I tried my best to explain to my parents what happened. I can't say they fully believed me, but they at least listened enough to help me out. Thought about how it all seemed to start when I first used the Ouija board, which led me to doing a quick online search on how to dispose of such a thing. I didn't want that thing or portal anywhere near me again. It said online that the only way to truly close it was to burn the Ouija board. So that same day, my parents and I brought it out to the fire pit. Now, I must say I was hasty here and left the bidding to my parents because I didn't even want to look at the thing or be near it anymore. And funny enough, it was years later I was regaling the events with my mother where she gave me a bit of a surprising bit of news. She proceeded to tell me that she did in fact believe me, because that day, unbeknownst to me, the Ouija board wouldn't burn. She expressed how she and my father doused it with gasoline, and it was still unscathed. They ultimately threw it out into the trash can and watched the dump truck take it away. I figured that must be good enough because, again, nothing ever came back. I'd like to imagine that it eventually got incinerated at a junkyard at some point. That's pretty much the end of that. But I can still provide one more after a happening that I found quite coincidental. When I was speaking of my mother and father, it was really my mother and stepfather. I say this because when I finally told my blood father this ordeal, he went on to tell me about how he was severely haunted in his youth, and similar to me, was a non-believer who happened to call out to Jesus for help. I can't say for certain, but this has led me to believe that there may in fact be some kind of hereditary thing going on here. Like I started out saying, I've not fabricated or embellished even one bit of this, and I have pondered the thoughts of such things as mental disorders. But to that degree, I still have two things to go against that. One, doctors have continually found my mental health to be fine. And two, no matter what the case, it stopped forever on the drop of a dime the moment I called to Jesus. There may be a few more things I'm blanking on at the moment because I have been writing this for the past 2 hours or so. Getting to that point where my brain is fizzing. But I'm more than happy to take on and answer any questions you may have. Sometimes it's not the house that's haunted, it's the land, and sometimes it's you. At Paranormal M, we explore the spaces where fear lives. Subscribe, and don't go in alone. The first paranormal experience I ever had at 4 years old. First off, yeah, I was 4 years old. And no, I wasn't influenced by horror movies. My parents don't watch that shit. No shade intended to anybody who enjoys horror. And they damn sure wouldn't have let me see anything that I couldn't have planted an image like this in my brain at that age. Also, side note, it's not weird for me to have vivid memories from early childhood. I can remember things from as young as a year and a half old. Don't come for me. So here's my setup. My bedroom was at the top of the stairs in my parents' house, right across the hall from their room. There's a little landing with a linen closet at the top of the stairs, and those stairs led straight down to the back door. And that door opened up onto the porch, and it was the main entrance everybody used. That was because both sets of my grandparents and some of my cousins lived either next door or across the street. People were always coming and going. Anyways, I must have been put down for a nap. It was late afternoon, and I remember waking up to the sound of the back door opening. Curious, I got out of bed and walked to the top of the stairs to see who was coming in. And that's when shit got horrifying. There was a man. He was standing just inside the open back door. He was tall, maybe 6 feet, and wearing old overalls and a broad-brimmed hat. Looked kind of like a farmer, except he was pretty much covered head to toe in dirt and like he just crawled out of a grave. No exaggeration. As I stood there frozen at the top of the stairs, unable to move or even think, the man slowly lifted his head to look up at me. His face was a skull. Not like a Halloween mask, an actual skull. And the eye sockets were full of maggots. Some kind of primal instinct kicked in, and I screamed in the name of God to get out of this house. And by some miracle, it worked, and he vanished, the door slammed shut. But I noticed something. He left behind dirt on the floor where he'd been standing. Something deep in the back of my mind told me, you have to sweep that dirt out, or he won't really be gone. So I ran downstairs, grabbed the broom from the utility closet under the stairs. I swept the dirt outside. As soon as it was gone, I slammed the door shut behind me. I still don't know where my parents were during all of this. Maybe out on the front porch or picking blueberries from the bushes out back. All I know is I was alone when it happened, and I knew exactly what to do without anyone telling me. For me, that was one hell of a first experience with the paranormal. Has anyone else experienced something similar, especially if you're in coastal Alabama or in the Florida Panhandle? Or maybe just the South in general in the USA? I ask because A, I don't want to feel alone, and B, I wonder if others may have experienced the same spirit or entity or whatever it was. I'm sharing a room with a ghost. I'm a travel nurse working in Germany. I just came last week to a new contract in a retirement home that recently opened. I was given a room of a resident that passed away. I have no problems with that. Death is just a continuation of life. But my first night here, I heard breathing next to me. I brushed it off as maybe half-open window that I closed shortly after. But the breathing continued for some time before it stopped. Today, as I was getting ready for a shift, I sat down into the living room. I'm here alone. I have the master key, and key from the other residents won't work on my door. I was inside of my room the entire morning before this happened. There's no way I could have brought this with me. Yet I was at the table for 10 minutes drinking coffee when I got up to brush my teeth. As I came back to the room, on the table where I was sitting, there was a green medication cup that I swear to everything I hold sacred wasn't there 2 minutes earlier. It was empty and just there, like somebody just put it down after taking their pills. I was telling this to my coworker, and she interrupted me before I could even finish and asked, "Is it the cup, like the green cup?" I showed her the photo that I took, and she said that the resident that died there only had medication in the green cup. Morning is yellow cup, midday is blue cup, evening is green cup, and night is red cup. His name was Klaus. He died 2 months ago from cancer at the age of 89. His wife lived next door to me, and she's 87. They moved in together 2 years ago. But after Klaus passed, she moved to a smaller room. The table walked across the room. Anyhow, today I'm sitting outside with my grandparents, my mother and my sister. And we are a Catholic family, or at least my grandma is very religious. We were discussing old family stories, and my grandma started telling me stories about what the older generation used to talk about sitting together in a little alleyway in her village. She told me stories I already knew, like about Trud, a spirit of some kind that would press on your chest when you were sleeping, waking you up and paralyzing you and stopping you from breathing. The first time I heard this, I was very surprised. I thought religious people back then would see this as witchcraft or evil things or whatever. But I guess I was wrong. Anyhow, my sister and I swiftly agreed that Trud was just a spiritual explanation for sleep paralysis. Then she told me a story about how somebody dreamed about Trud biting them in the finger, telling her to get salt. Terrified, she bought salt the next day, and in the evening, an old lady knocked on her door asking for salt, with a bandage around the same finger she got bitten in her dream. Again, getting off track, there is also a story about a lady who got rid of warts with crosses and burning the string under a water pipe. Alrighty then. But here's the thing. After those stories, my mother smiled and told my grandma, "Tell them about Aunt Maus." And my grandpa started laughing, and my grandma, in her old-fashioned dramatic way, covered her face and laughed nervously. "Oh, God, Jesus." I was immediately interested, like, what? My mother perked up and she looked at me and told me she could never forget it. She laughed at her mother's twisted face. She must have been around 10 or something when it happened. This specific story occurred in the 80s. My grandma started. Aunt Maus was a medium. I was damn shocked that we had a medium in the family. Like, beyond shocked. I never knew about Aunt Maus. She was an old lady already as the story took place, and she died maybe 2 or 3 years later in the mid-80s. They were at her house. My grandma, mother, grandfather, and some other relatives. Aunt Maus got a table. A small, round wooden one with no nails. I was told that was very important. It could only be limed. I don't know why, but my mom didn't participate. She was just present, and they placed their hands on the table gently, all 5 fingers. Not pressing, just touching lightly, making contact with the hand next to them to form a circle. My grandma and grandpa showed me. My grandpa had to laugh because my grandma's hands were shaking, even 40 years later. Then Aunt Maus started talking. I guess something about 2 thumps being yes and 3 being a no, or something like that. She started talking and asking questions. My grandma told me she had never felt anything like it because the table started vibrating as apparently the first spirit showed up. With the next question, the table really thumped. My grandmother was terrified, and again, no foot under the table, no hands. The spirit was the father of my grandpa who had passed. She'd talked to him, and at one point she said something along the lines of, "You'd love to dance, I know, the waltz. Would you like to dance?" My grandfather, grandma, and mom, not gullible, well, maybe grandma, not believing in spirits, told the same thing with complete honesty in their eyes. The damn table started to dance. It tipped side to side, walking around, or, well, danced around the room. I looked at my mother and she had a glow in her eyes. Childlike wonder, I guess. "Really?" My mom nodded, even in disbelief now. "I think I screamed," she laughed. Aunt Mouse then asked again, "You always wanted a daughter, a little girl, though you never had the chance to see her. Do you know she's here?" "Where is she?" My grandpa told that part of the story with real thought behind his eyes. The table walked over to the stairs where little Marie was sleeping in her room. It's like he couldn't believe it. "Yeah," my grandmother agreed. I have never, ever heard of a spirit being contacted this way, like never. And this story is insane to me. Why no nails, and why do you mean my own family saw something like this? We had a medium, and I have, thank God, never experienced something paranormal. I would shit my pants. But they would never lie about something like that. Apparently, Aunt Miles also did this during the Second World War, where there was always like a friendly spirit of a submarine captain. I'm offended I've only been told this story now. And now that I think of it, every spiritual experience that has been told to me has come from my grandfather's side. When his uncle died, he and his mother heard an immense loud knock in the night. Apparently, at the exact time he passed away, the medium, also grandfather's side, and my mother was sleeping in the bed of her grandmother, my grandpa's mother, feeling guilty that she hadn't seen her the day before she passed when she felt a tap on her back to move over and something laying down beside her. They had a close bond. So, am I going insane? Like, I know they wouldn't lie, and I am beyond certain. I mean, a Ouija board, I get how you could fake that, but table walking? I'm questioning everything. Heard chants like whispering when somebody ran at me with a machete. Back in the 21st December, or on the 21st of December in 2019, I was cycling to work in the early hours of the morning, 0400 hours, due to a storm in the area. I had to come off the main road and go underneath an underpass. I've come down a small back road with houses running parallel, and when I entered that road, I heard whispering and chanting. Got to the opening of the underpass, and just as I entered, what I describe as a man, large build, dark trench coat, stepped out. A crowbar type of tool in his left hand and a big blade in his right. He locked eyes and began walking fast before breaking out into a run. Before he stepped more than 10 meters, I turned that bike around and cycled as fast as I could back out into the main road. And now what I've always put down to is me having an hallucination, but maybe due to the early hours of the morning. Never had this type of thing and had been cycling to work for 3+ years at this point. Now, it is also being near Christmas, and I also thought that it was a prank or YouTube video. Speaker set up somewhere along the road, and then some clown praying a prank. This incident was logged with local police less than 5 minutes after. Within 15 minutes, they was there. This chanting was not my native language. It felt like it was warning me. My puppy Memorial flew off the counter at me this morning. I'm not really sure which tag to use, first of all. So, my puppy passed away a few years ago due to an awful disease. Tried so hard to help her, but sadly she passed away. After she passed, I took her footprint with some ink and put the paw print into a jar of glass, and I've had that jar sitting in my dresser for some time now. This morning, the jar flew off, hit me in the back of my head. There was absolutely no way it could have fallen. This isn't the only thing that's happened. I constantly see animal and shadow-like beings, almost like a human walking like a dog in my kitchen, but they disappear rather quickly when I try to get a good look. The dog I have currently will start barking in the living room at night, and the only thing different about the paw print was last night I sat it on top of a photo of an angel that was where it was sitting when it flew off at me. Something similar happened a few years ago when a popcorn tub came flying at me. I've also seen things in this house quite often. Most of the time, it's a shadow figure with a very specific, almost cone-shaped, head of hair. 3 cones, one on top, one on each side, and oftentimes I wake up feeling like I'm being watched, and sometimes I see this figure. It gives me a deep sense of fear and dread. Has anybody had experiences like this, and do they know what it could be? Possible cat spirit in my home. Feeling uneasy. Looking for guidance. Over the past few nights, I felt what seems like a small animal, like a cat, walking over my bed. It even feels like it sometimes lies down on me, but I don't own a cat. One night I opened my eyes and I saw a small dark cloud floating above me. There were swirling patterns inside of it. It wasn't just a dream, it felt real. The energy wasn't just aggressive, but it really wasn't peaceful either. Just strange and a little uninvited. To make things more complicated, there has been a death in this house in the past. I recently found out there's a cat grave nearby. Starting to wonder if these things are connected. I've already done a cleansing ritual with white sage, and the smell still lingers in my clothes and home, but I'm not sure the energy's actually cleared. Has anyone here experienced something like this, a ghost cat or a spirit presence? Could it be tied to the past energy in the house or that nearby grave? And most of all, what can I do to feel calm and feel safe again? It's been 15 years. I still see figures and struggle to fall asleep. Ever since I was young, I would see figures and shadows and ghosts and quote-unquote demons. I know it sounds weird or made up, but I think it's important to note that I lived in a haunted house for 9 years, from age 5 to 14, and had my first paranormal experience around 8, or at least that I can remember. Also, I never knew it was a haunted house until recently, while talking to my parents. But apparently, all of our next-door neighbors knew it was haunted. But basically, regardless of whether my eyes are closed or I'm half asleep or fully energized, or if it's midday or midnight, I keep seeing visions of faces and creepy monsters looking like they're trying to, pounce me or get ready to attack me. Even in my dreams, there's always paranormal activity at some point in time. There is a specific person or entity that keeps haunting me. And I don't know who they are, and I refuse to research who they are because I'm genuinely scared. The closest entities I can describe that look like it is, well, without looking up images, is La Llorona and the nun from The Conjuring. Another important note is that I had seen that entity without ever watching those movies, and prior to knowing it even existed. I first saw this entity when I was 8 or 10 years old, and in my dream, and, well, when I was 10 years old in my dream, and in the dream. I was in one of the rooms in the haunted house, and it was cornered in a corner and started levitating while staring at me. The next thing I know, we switched places, and it stood where I stood, and where I'm levitating where it levitated. My dreams are realistically haunting and graphic. Has lots of gore, etc. The only thing that keeps me safe or makes me feel safe is singing hymns in my dreams, but it's getting harder and harder. I tried talking to my parents, but they're no help, and I've been researching for any sleep experts or anyone in my area who can help me. They only offer medicine and such, and I've tried meds before for similar reasons, but it's only made things worse. And I'm at my wit's end. I've already tried a lot of things. Oh, and I also live 3 houses away from a haunted house, but I'm also very deeply traumatized and have depression, if that's important in any way. Haunted house lore used to be it used to be a morgue or a funeral home for the cemetery up the road in the 1800s, early 1900s. That was until it was renovated into a rental home. And the room we slept in, where they prepared the bodies, and a lady also supposedly killed herself just outside of her room many years ago. I couldn't find any official documents or information on the house on Google, but many neighbors who have never talked to each other have said the same things about seeing figures and watching them, even when they knew there was no one home, and even described them to have afros and be very tall. There are some tall members of my family, but absolutely none of them or anyone we have invited have an afro or match their description. And there were 11 of us living in the house, excluding the neighbors. And it was very big with a weird layout. The garage was the size of 2 classrooms. The garage was also filled to the brim with junk. When we cleaned it out, we found a bunch of toilet seats. Very old tools we've never seen before, like 1890s. Some random bed frames and chairs and cabinets with medical compartments. The backyard was arguably the area that scared me the most. Whenever I was in the kitchen at night, where we could see clearly into the backyard, I swear there was a woman in white watching me. Could never shake the feeling even when I got older. We also had downstairs neighbors, and they had a tiny section of the house themselves. They would last no longer than 2 years because they kept hearing whispers and their doors kept slamming. And we've had 4 or 5 neighbors move in and then move out constantly. I think it was due to the same thing. They initially assumed the whispers were us because it was in Fijian and we're not Fijian. Until they heard our language and realized there was literally no one else who spoke that language in the neighborhood. Our old landlord also confirmed with one of my aunts that the house was indeed haunted when he moved out. What the fuck would you tell us that at the end, bro? We were also the longest ever tenants in the house. Other people have lasted 1 year at most, confirmed by neighbors and the landlord. The house is now fully renovated though, so best of luck to whoever you are. weird reoccurring experiences at my friend's house. Every day for the past 4 days, my friend has started experiencing some unusual things at around 0000, or 12 a.m. as us Americans say. On the first day, she heard strange growling noises from her gate. When she checked, she didn't see anything there, and on day 2 she went downstairs and tried to open her kitchen door. But she was struggling to open it because it felt like something was physically pushing back on it. She went back upstairs, and in 5 minutes she heard a loud bang downstairs. She went to check it out while on FaceTime with her boyfriend. She tried to open the door, but it somehow jammed, and when she flipped the camera to show her boyfriend that she couldn't open the door, it suddenly unjammed. I don't know if this is related, but she was on mute the whole time until she flipped her camera around. I doesn't remember ever putting herself on mute. It might have just been an accident. On day 3, she had another friend sleep over, and when they were heading downstairs to investigate, they both heard a dragging noise near the stairs but couldn't identify it. They got bored and decided to download a Ouija board iPad game just for jokes, but then got pretty freaked out and stopped paying attention for a second, and suddenly the iPad switched apps and refreshed itself so they couldn't say goodbye. But we're not really looking into that much, since it was just a silly iPad game. Maybe it was a bad idea, but unfortunately we can't and do not know how to undo it. Today, on the 4th night, my friend's TV randomly turned off. It's not like she wasn't using it for a while. She used the remote 5 minutes before, so it could have turned off automatically. She went downstairs for a bit again since she was starting to get even more suspicious. And before she reached for the handle, it made a creaking noise. She got freaked out and called me, and the other friend that after a few minutes we all heard a short howling noise from the phone. It was highly unlikely that it came from their surroundings, since they both claimed they heard it come directly from the phone, and they live in a pretty urban area, so most likely it wasn't some wild animal. But I'm not sure. I thought maybe it came from me, since I'm staying at a more rural area with forests nearby. But I asked my entire family, like 5 of them, if they heard anything. They all said no, and I'm also pretty certain I heard it come from the phone, so we're all pretty lost. I have to emphasize again that this all happened very close to 12 a.m. each night. So could we get some advice on what to do? Like, how could we be certain that this is paranormal? We never experienced anything like this before. Maybe we're just being a bit dramatic, but even my old-fashioned and non-believing family all thought this was weird, so thank you for listening. Also, her dog started barking like mad at one point, for seemingly no reason. And one of her cats stared off at the door and wasn't responding when called out for. She also gets wafts of some bad smells from time to time. Not sure what days this happened on, but it's worth noting. So day 5, the dog was barking like crazy today, wanting to get out and scratching on the door. So my friend let him out, and he kept on looking and walking up at the gate, and when my friend checked it out, there was nothing there again. Later, her 2 cats arrived, and all the animals started going frantic, wanting to be let in. Also, am I going crazy? When she was on FaceTime, I was looking really closely at her surroundings, particularly at her window, and I sort of saw a face. But it was super pixelated, so I might just be seeing things out of fear. But I did see it the whole time, slightly moving. And this might be a total reach though, and I have a picture, but I'm not really sure how to upload it. Well, any more help would be appreciated. In day 6, in case anybody was wondering, her bathroom door slammed shut randomly, and it wasn't a draft. It's been a while since I updated since she started going to bed early and using earplugs, so she hasn't been looking out for paranormal activity. It got too freaky, but if anybody else can share any more advice or insight, it would help a ton. Another update. Okay, day 7. My friend's cover of the fan fell off as she was picking it up and the fan fell on her, nearly sliced her finger off. Her dog was also barking again, but she didn't go down and check it out since she didn't want to really think too much into it anymore. And this is still happening at 12 every night. Something behind me. During the start of COVID-19, we were practically caged into our homes, and my friends and I found asylum from the boredom and loneliness by playing online games. We'd play from afternoon to sunrise on most days. And during this time, I lived with my mother in a small studio apartment, just a gaming laptop, a small table, and a bed behind me. Every night while I play games with the boys, I always tend to look behind me. I keep feeling how I thought somebody was calling me, like my mother, constantly throughout the night. And every night I tend to look back as I keep hearing somebody call on to me. And sometimes I'd look back because it feels like someone was behind me. And maybe I would have woken up my mother from all the noise while playing. Sometimes I'd look into the direction of the comfort room. That's where we keep the door a little bit open, as if something could be there. It was always a constant feeling, and I'd have to endure every night. I wanted to discuss this with my mother, but our family is pretty religious. My mother, like my grandparents, they're the type to dismiss such stories and experiences as nothing but mere, imagination or lack of faith. A few months later, when it was a little bit more relaxing during the pandemic, my mother and I moved to a bigger apartment. Casually during dinner, I brought up the experiences I've been having in our last apartment. Honestly, expecting the usual answers, I was pretty shocked when my mother added on to my story instead. She said at times she'd be woken up by, my noise at night, but would endure it. She was scared to confront me because she feels like there's something behind me all the time during those times, as if a dark, tall shadow was behind me. She didn't just see this once or twice, but for the whole 6 months of lockdown. After that, I never stayed up late gaming with the lights off again. I think my dad may have attended my brother's graduation, and some other interesting tidbits. First off, I'd like to say that I consider myself a skeptic. I enjoy reading the writings of men like Isaac Asimov and Carl Sagan, Christopher Hitchens, and so on. I'm not convinced that what happens was something unexplainable or somehow unnatural, but it was interesting. You see, my dad had been going through an illness. Well, actually, multiples of them, and for some years after I'd graduated high school. My brother had gone off to join the Marines, and for a while it was just him and me. We were inseparable. And there was my mom as well, but she and him were estranged from each other. An important thing to remember here is that Dad loved coffee, and he and I would drink it whenever we were out and about, and he would drink it with his older friends too, who he would meet with on the weekends. When Keurig machines came out, he would drink many pods worth of coffee. But anyways, my family is a military family on my dad's side, and he was overjoyed to see my brother join the Marines, and very happy when he returned. But unfortunately, Dad died less than a year after my brother came home, meaning he didn't get to see him get married or graduate from university, and that fact bothered my brother. The interesting part is this. On the way to my brother's graduation ceremony, my mother and I noted at the same time that the car was saturated with the smell of coffee, specifically the smell of Starbucks coffee, my old dad's favorite. We weren't in the university town yet, which my brother offered as an explanation as there's many coffee shops there. But the windows were closed and we were in a residential area. I don't know how to explain it. I'd like to think that Dad got to see my brother graduate after all. And this was his way of saying, "Hey, I'm still here for you." As to the tidbits I mentioned, I've also had times when an intense smell of perfume permeated my room. Not from a brand I recognize, but definitely perfume. And at times, when I was alone in that part of the house. Then there was the time my cat passed away, and a couple of nights, not around the time that she passed, mind you, that I would feel the movement of little feet and the familiar weight of a small animal settle down between my legs. But of course, nothing was there when I turned on the lights. Finally, there were a couple of times that the lights in my room would turn on by themselves, sometime past midnight, and I thought it might be a power surge, but there was no other electronics being affected. How is the baby? I've lived in the same small, rundown trailer park since birth, essentially. It was rampant with drugs and shady characters. The most popular drink and drug of choice at the time were heroin and beer. When I was 8, my mom married a man named Paul. Paul had been in a pretty bad car accident shortly before meeting my mom, and was prescribed oxycodone for the pain. He quickly got hooked, so soon after the authorities began cracking down on overprescriptions for opioids, and Paul was no longer able to legally get his fix. He turned to the streets, and at $30 a pill, he had to find something else. Eventually just graduated to injecting heroin. Is that cheaper? Anyway, Paul had a friend named Luke, whom he met when he first started using heroin. Luke was a seasoned drug user and a drunk. Luke and Paul got along well, and since I grew up in this trailer park, Luke had been around just as long as I had. He knew me when I was a child, and he knew me as a teen. I'd pass by Luke often, especially when I went to check the mail. He'd be walking the opposite way, heading to a neighbor's house, and would always say, "Hey, sweetie." Luke could be drunk as a skunk and barely able to walk from being high, so he'd always straighten himself up just enough to slur out a "Hey, sweetie" when he saw me. Luke was around when I had my first child, a daughter at 16. I was still in high school, and "Hey, sweetie" eventually turned into "How's the baby?" Every time I saw him, whether or not I had my daughter with me. About a year after having my daughter, I went to school, and when I came home from the bus stop, I saw tons of police near our trailer. I was still a few yards away, so I kept approaching, trying to see what was going on. There was caution tape around the house, and the back door was hanging open. And as a teenager, I brazenly started up the 3 steps that led into the trailer. But a deputy stopped me and told me I couldn't go inside. "What do you mean I can't go inside? I live here," I said. The deputy responded, "I can't let you in. It's a crime scene." When Paul appeared, much to my dismay, and by this time Paul was a full-blown addict who had broken my mom down mentally, emotionally, and financially. And if Paul was here, my mom was at work as a preschool teacher, and my daughter was at that same school, so what was going on? Paul explained that around 10 a.m., Luke had come over to hang out. Paul was sitting in the recliner strumming his guitar, while Luke stood in the kitchen. The kitchen had a countertop that separated the living room from the kitchen, so Luke was out of Paul's direct line of sight. Paul said that Luke came over extremely intoxicated with a beer in hand, and after a few moments, Luke fell down, and Paul assumed that he had just passed out drunk. Luke was lying there for 2 to 3 hours, and Paul continued strumming his guitar, even singing a song about Buddy Luke passing out and puking. It wasn't until Paul had to use the restroom that he noticed Luke wasn't just passed out, he was blue. Paul immediately called 911. They instructed him to perform CPR, which he did, and he described it as the single most foul thing he'd ever attempted to do. Luke had died and vomited, and every time Paul tried mouth-to-mouth, vomit would come out. And after a while, Paul couldn't continue and just waited for emergency personnel. The call to 911 was made at 1:12 p.m. By the time I got home around 3:45, the body had been removed, but the scene was still treated as suspicious. Because of that, nobody was allowed inside. Eventually, the police let Paul back in, but it wasn't until after 6:30 p.m. that my mom came home. She was very angry, and my daughter and I were just waiting to go inside. Paul said he'd go in and clean up whatever mess was left behind. According to him, there's a lot to clean up, and about an hour later, he said that we could come in. The kitchen floor was so sticky you could hear your feet stick to the linoleum when you walked across it. Heroin addicts aren't exactly the best maids, so we lived in that trailer for at least another year, but I never walked across that floor barefoot, nor did I let my child walk across it either. No matter how much we cleaned, it would always feel sticky. About 6 months after Luke passed away in our kitchen, I was standing outside, leaning on the bed of the truck and talking to a friend. The trailer I was standing outside of happened to be the one Luke had lived in for many years before moving to a different one, where he was living at the time of his death. My friend now lived in that same trailer. We were just hanging out and talking when I heard a very clear, very familiar voice. "How's the baby?" Fate of Paul. Paul later confessed to me that when Luke passed away, he had taken Luke's used syringe out of his sock and used it to inject himself later that night. After leaving the trailer, we lived in a small rented house for about a year before my mom left Paul. Paul went back to the trailer park, dragged the mattress him and my mom shared into the overgrown, now wooded area of a destroyed playground. It's a playground that belongs to the church next door. He had a large tent, and that's where he lived, and he lived for 6 months after my mom left him. He shot up in his tent and nodded out with a lit cigarette, like I'd seen him so many times. Usually it was just wind up burning his leg and he'd wake up, but this time it caught the mattress on fire. He asphyxiated due to an overdose of heroin laced with fentanyl and burned, only being found 3 days later by a friend who couldn't see the top of his tent anymore, as he put it. He was identified by dental records. Yucky. Batty blocking hag. Around 9 months ago, I'd just gone through a terrible breakup. It was my first major relationship, and it lasted 2 years, so I was not really in a great place mentally, and she had dumped me, and I tried to fill that hole inside me with another person. Getting to the point, I was hooking up with this girl I'd recently met. Let's call her Anna. I had gone over to her house, and we were making out in her bed, and it was about 11 p.m. The room's light was off, and the only illumination was from her bedside digital clock, which did light up the room, just enough to see the blurry gray outline of objects in her room. I was locked in the moment, and I was on top of her when I feel this weird nagging sensation like we were being watched. I ignore it, and I know that the room is locked, and the only person inside of it is us. But as we continue, I couldn't shake that feeling. Deciding to put my mind to ease, I glanced up to give a quick survey of the room. I don't know what I expected to see, but To my left, about a foot away, standing at the edge of the bed, staring intently, is this figure, which in my quick absent-minded glance in this dark room caught me totally off guard. And from what I made out, looked like an old hunched hag, probably between the ages of 70 and 80, standing at the side of the bed, and she had dark, oily, stringy, hanging hair, dirty, grimy skin with a huge smile stretched onto her face, and inhumanly long, twisted, spindly fingers. They were clutching the edge of the bed. I pull away from Anna, startled and thinking, holy shit, what the fuck is that? She's looking up at me, wondering what's wrong, and I look around the room once more, and the old lady is gone. Anna's asking me, like, if everything's all right, and steel myself and decide it must have been a trick of the light, telling her that it's all fine. The night goes on, and at some point a little later, Anna gets up and tries to turn the light on. The light turns on for a second, then flickers a bit before blowing, plunging the room into darkness. Now, I'm not a small guy. I'm 6'1" and 210, but the weird occurrences were starting to get to me a little bit. Especially when I hear Anna muttered, "That's weird, I literally just replaced those lights." It was getting late, so I slept over without incident, left the next morning. Now, all of this had left my head in the day, and I'd shaken off any of the residual fear left from the night before, falling asleep in my own bed without a problem, until I wake up in the middle of the night. Same sensation. Something's watching me. I try and move and realize my body is paralyzed, and I'm freaking out thinking, holy shit, is this sleep paralysis? Trying to figure out why I'd woken up at 2 a.m. undisturbed. I'd fallen asleep on my back, so I was positioned staring at the ceiling. I couldn't turn my head to look. I could feel something on the side of my bed watching me. I've never felt fear like that in my adult life, and I can feel my heart beating and adrenaline surging through my body. I slowly inch my eyes toward the side of the bed, and my worst fears are confirmed. The same hag from Anna's house is standing less than a foot away from me. Her hands are outstretched, and her wide grinning mouth inches from my face. Her dark eyes are absorbing into my soul, although she is shrouded in darkness. And we stay like this, me frozen and her standing over me, smiling for hours, until light entered my room, and I can move again. The next day I take this as a sign, and I decide that something is attached to Anna, or her room, and has followed me home, and it clearly does not want me near her. So I cut my losses, cut ties with Anna. And for context, I've never had sleep paralysis before, not once in my life. I haven't even had nightmares for years, and I haven't had a sleep paralysis experience since. My biggest drive behind this being a supernatural event is because of the timing and the place of the haunting. Mid makes out, I should not be subconsciously thinking about ghost grandmas watching me, especially when there's not been anything to trigger such a thought. I'd felt safe and happy in Anna's room before the incident. Second, her light bulb blowing was a cherry on the cake. Third is its strange timing for my first ever sleep paralysis experience to happen, especially with the demon manifesting as the same hag bitch that I'd seen the night before. Fourth, as soon as I got ties, everything weird stopped. Have not seen the hag since. My time in the Caribbean. So this happened when I was around 8 to 10 years old, visiting my grandma's house in Trinidad. And it was me, my grandma, a couple of uncles, and my sister all staying there. The house already had a reputation. Everybody always talked about seeing or hearing ghosts there. But I just brushed it off as family superstition. Caribbean people always talking about spirits and duppies? and I thought it was just old folks being dramatic. But anyway, one night I'm sleeping in the guest room while my sister's with my aunt, and I start hearing this soft crying voice like a young girl sobbing. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it was definitely a child's voice, and younger than anyone in the house. I was the youngest, so it made no sense. It freaked me out immediately. Now, the guest room was right across from the stairs, and to get to my grandma's room, I had to run up the stairwell. So what do? I wrap myself up like a burrito in my blanket. I make a run for it. Not looking at anything, just my feet hitting the floor. I bust into my grandma's room, turn on the light, and slam the door, and she wakes up instantly, like she knew something was off. Before I could even say anything, we both hear the crying too. She just pulls me in and holds me, tells me it's okay and that she knows how to help her, the spirit. Caribbean grandmas are scary calm when it comes to this voodoo stuff, man. Then she gets up and I literally beg her not to leave, and I didn't care that the lights were on. I didn't want her to just be out there alone. But she closes the door behind her and goes anyway. I'm in bed, still wrapped in the blanket. Can't even look around the room. Every little creak makes me feel like I'm about to die. Then I hear her voice, my grandma. She says she's back and everything's okay, and I feel somebody sit on the edge of the bed. But there's no sound of the mattress creaking, which is a red flag. I ask her to put her hands on the mattress so I can see them before I come out, and she does. I slowly lift the blanket, check everything in her hands and arms and nightgown. All normal, till I get to her neck. Her skin is pitch black, like unnatural shadow black, and I lose it. Blanket goes back over my head and I'm silently sobbing, full on snot faucet mode. Eventually, the weight on the bed lifts and now the mattress creaks. When my real grandma finally comes back, I hear the door open this time, green flag. She says, "Mama, I'm back." I still don't trust it fully, so I ask her to put her hands down too. She sits next to me, springs creak again, which is a green flag, and number 2, and pulls me in for a hug through the blanket, and I can feel it's really her. I rip the blanket off. She calms me down and tells me that she helped the little girl find the light. I tell her about the fake version of her that came back while she was gone, and she hugs me tighter. She tells me to feel her chest. Her soft skin and steady heartbeat honestly grounded me again. Then she picks me up, and Caribbean grandmas are strong. Tells me she needs to get some things from downstairs, and this time she's bringing me with her. I'm terrified, but I hold on to her tight, and her heartbeat keeps me calm. And here's the creepy part. She doesn't turn on a single light going down the stairs or back up. Could have, just didn't. And her heartbeat stayed completely steady, like she wasn't scared at all. Back in her room, she sits me down and starts placing all these spiritual items around, like stone statues and paper with writing and cups with sand or something. I keep begging her to close the door because I can't stop looking at the pitch black hallway, but she tells me, "Doors don't keep spirits out, your mind does," and says she'll be making sure nothing gets in. She tucks me in and turns off the lights. I panicked, but she kept her hand on my head, covering my eyes gently like she always does when she sings me to sleep. I eventually pass out. The next morning I wake up to sunlight and voices in the house, and my uncles are talking low in the kitchen. I go out, and my grandma's just sitting at the table like always. I've been too scared to ask her what really happened that night. We don't talk about ghosts, unless she brings it up. But yeah, that's my Caribbean ghost story. The Oz effect experience. That silence feeling, being watched. Yeah, I'd recommend you to listen to it. Last summer I had this feeling, in the middle of the woods in a spot in the Caribou goldfields. Caribou, maybe. Where a triple murder and robbery took place in the 1860s. I was on the Old North Trail in an area called Murderer's Gulch, on a secondary road into an abandoned mine. This place is deep in grizzly bear country, in thick forest. It was a hot, sunny summer day. No people live within miles of this place. One can Google for the story of the murders and robbery. My girlfriend and I wanted to check the area out after hearing the story. The main roads washed out, so we took the Old North Trail. That's where the robbery took place over a century ago, which is now an old deactivated logging road down to the opposite side of the main road past the washout. That leads into the abandoned mine. The main road had been totally washed out at Murderer's Creek several years earlier. The secondary road we took was not great, which had small washouts and was very overgrown. We spent 2 days clearing and fixing the road, and on the second day, we decided to walk the rest of the road, to get a sense of whether it was worth continuing trying to fix said road to get down to the abandoned mine in my truck. But anyway, before we went down on foot, my girlfriend wandered down the road a bit and came running back as I was digging away past a small washout in the road. She asked me if I heard that sound, in quotes. I had not heard anything as I was shoveling, just filling the small washout to a point to get my truck further down said road. We walked down to the abandoned mine to see how much work was ahead of us. I had my 45-70 lever-action guide gun with me, since we were in bear country. It was a steep grade with a cliff down to the mine site, hundreds of feet below and thick forest on the other side of the road. Basically, it's a bottleneck the whole way down for about 1.5 miles. We got down and looked around the abandoned mine for about an hour, before heading back up the steep road to my truck, and on the way back I had an off vibe. I stopped before the V onto the bypass road that we came down. I felt something was off, like we were being watched. A big danger feeling where my hair stood up. My girlfriend asked if everything was okay, and I said, yeah, not wanting to freak her out. But I stood still listening, and I could tell she felt it too. And that's when I noticed it was silent. No sounds, no birds chirping, just silence. Then a squirrel lost its shit, chirping the danger sounds that they do. Then we heard 3 very loud knocks up the road back to the truck coming from the woods. Loud and spaced about a second apart between each knock. It was like somebody smashing a big rock on a tree not far behind the tree line. This being up the way that we had to go to get back to my truck. We kept walking toward it. There was no choice if we were to get out of there. It was hot and steep, and there was no way we could run due to the grade of the hill. Then we heard something. It was following us off to the left in the forest. Then 5 loud knocks 200 meters up the road from the last knocks. We were in the bottleneck, steep cliff to the mine on the right, close knocks to the forest on the left. I looked at my girlfriend and said, we have to get the fuck out of here. We pushed up the steep road, me keeping an eye on the forest, ready to shoot whatever it was that was following us. It was the scariest walk of my life, but we got to the truck and got out of there. The sound my girlfriend heard prior to heading down turned out to be the same knocking sound we heard in the walk back up. To this day, I truly believe I met and interacted with a ghost cat, cuddles, purrs, and all. This happened to me back when I was in high school. And for extra context, our home was built in the late 1860s. Quite a few people have lived in that house before we moved in. But one night I got myself prepared to go to bed as usual, And before I do, I check that there's no cats in my room. I prefer sleeping with my bedroom door closed. I don't like to be woken up in the middle of the night by one of our cats wanting to get out. I have a hard time going back to sleep a second time. Once I had confirmation that all of our cats were, well, anywhere else but my room, that I kept shut the whole time as I checked and confirmed all cats were outside my room, I shut my door, turned off my lights, and went to bed. At the time, there was a little blue light from an electronic device that I had in my room. It would create some light in the room, bright enough to get an idea of your surroundings, but not bright enough to clearly see details or patterns on furniture and surfaces, nor bright enough to disrupt or prevent sleep. At some point, as I'm settled in, I feel and see a cat jump to my bed. I couldn't see which cat it was exactly, as the room was dark enough that the bed and the cat looked like black silhouettes. But from the cat's shape and size, I believe it was one of our older male cats. Though this cat looked a bit slimmer than our cats, looking back. I was already completely settled in bed to the point where I knew that if I got up again, my comfort state would be disrupted. So it'd be more annoying to get settled in a second time. So I figured what the hay and stayed in the bed as the cat came up to my face and arms and got all purry and cuddly. The cat was brushing his face against mine, purring and everything as I stroked him. At some point, as our cats tend to do, he started nuzzling his head into beneath my covers so he could sleep under them next to me. So I lift my covers enough for him to crawl in and get settled, which he does, but as he crawls in and settles next to my waist, I see the lump in the covers where his body is disappear, and I feel him literally vanish beside me, like a physical body just turning into air. And this confuses the heck out of me, because I know for a fact he didn't crawl out of the covers from the other end of the bed, as I would have felt him do so. And I would have heard him land his paws onto the ground as he got down. Plus, I was settled in bed myself. Yeah, but I was still wide awake when the cat came onto my bed and interacted with me. So I know I wasn't in any sort of a sleep state, where I could have hallucinated the cat. He was as real as any one of our cats. Sort of confusion and maybe curiosity, and a need for explanation, closure. I get up, turn on my bedroom lights. I search in and under the bed as well as everywhere else in the room where a cat could hide. Same places I looked before turning off my lights for bed, and same as they were when I looked before, completely empty and cat-free. So I get out of my room, close the door behind me, and look to find where the other cats are. They're all settled in areas of the house except my room. To this day, I truly believe that I was visited by or interacted with a ghost cat who used to or still does reside in the house we live in. Whatever the real explanation behind this is, I haven't had an interaction like that again since. But it's an experience that fascinates me, if anything. I mean, imagine being visited by the ghost of a sweet former house pet who comes to purr and cuddle with you like any other house cat. My family's house is cursed. My grandpa used to say our family was once full of celebration and weddings and festivals. People coming from all over the place all the time. It was a happy place. Then one day when he was a kid, they found this creepy-ass doll on the rooftop. Some sort of voodoo or black magic thing. And ever since that day, nothing has ever been normal in our lives. Fast forward 2 years later, and my biological grandma burned herself alive in the house. Right there in what used to be the kitchen, now the dining room. Nobody talks about it much, but we all know that that was the start of something dark. Later, a baby was born in the family. The priest said the kid was born under some bad nakshatra, or planetary condition. He warned that somebody close, either the kid's uncle or father, might die unless rituals were performed. Well, we did those rituals. Still, not long after that, my uncle, my mom's brother, died, and he was young. Just married less than a year, in his 30s. He was the only male offspring, and he was the child of my current grandma. And there's a total of 4 of them. The rest were the 3 that are the offspring of my deceased grandma, and they say that the deceased grandma killed herself because she didn't have a male child, which is pretty sad. They say she killed herself by burning herself with kerosene. And all of this was what I found in the attic, and overheard late-night conversations between the family. After that, it was like a curse exploded across the family. My grandparents separated after 40 years. The family renting the floor above us, well, 2 died and one of them hanged himself. My aunt, the kid's mom, tried to hang herself twice, and I personally stopped her both times. Even my dog dies randomly. I moved in there for a while for college and fell into deep depression, having the worst nightmares daily, and it took me more than 2 fucking years to get back on my feet. And that's not even the freakiest part. What I experienced as a kid. When I was young, I'd hear somebody whisper my name at night, like actually calling me, even when the house was dead silent. One time I woke up under the dining room table and no memory of how I got there. Guess where my grandma burned herself? Right there under the same spot. I got to know all of this when I found an old personal trunk of my grandpa that had photos of my real granny. Until that, I thought my step-grandma is my real granny, and I was flabbergasted, to be honest, and on God, I have experienced somebody whisper into my ear when I tried to sleep alone multiple times. Chills went from my ears to my toes. When I wake up like that, there's not a single person in the house, everybody was outside in the garden. It wasn't just me either. During their childbirths, years apart, both my mom and aunt saw the exact same terrifying thing, because I overheard their conversation. A woman with long black braided hair and sharp black nails lying next to them while they were frozen and couldn't move. They described it the same way, and both swear it wasn't a dream. They couldn't even scream. That one photo. There is a photo of my biological grandma in that house, and I swear to God you can't ignore it. Feels like she's staring right into you no matter where you walk. It's not even a creepy photo on purpose, just her face, but there's something wrong about it, and everybody avoids looking at it. They say children can see things we can't. We found a place where they all saw the same thing. Paranormal M investigated. Subscribe to hear what they saw and what's still there. The story of the haunted museum in my hometown. In 2022, my friend and I developed an interest in ghosts. Our town and the surrounding area had 2 stories that stuck out when it came to ghosts. The first one that most people knew about was the Ghost Road. I'll not get too much into that story, although it is very interesting. But it was mostly just a tradition in our sort of town during Halloween to get people spooked out. The second story was a little bit less known, but if you were a child in school, you would have heard about it. Our town has a historical museum. It showcases our town's history. It's a very old building, and it's full of artifacts and items from our town over many years. In late elementary school, everybody would take a field trip, and they'd go and get ice cream after. While there, you would hear about the story of Abigail, the ghost. The story goes that Abigail was a 17-year-old girl who was stood up on a prom date and died of a broken heart. This was just a story that the museum curator would say to spook the kids, which it did. but it was also a story to go along with the strange things that would happen in the museum. The museum curator explained that a room on the second floor of the building, now called Abigail's room, would have the light on in the middle of the night with no one there. And the building is right across our town courthouse. The police would often call the museum curator and ask if anybody was in the building, fearing a break-in had happened. No one was ever in the building. I had some simple ghost equipment that I had bought online. Cheap EMF reader, a spirit box, and a twist-on flashlight. My friend had gotten a hold of me, explaining that he was interested in contacting the museum curator about doing a ghost investigation at the museum. My friend and a few other friends and I had a meeting with her. Without much convincing at all, she agreed to our coming late at night and doing our own investigation. A few days later, we started our investigation. We started by sitting at the large table together with the museum curator, coming up with a game plan. We started with the EMF reader and the spirit box in the kitchen area. We didn't get much, but we got some audio that was not very clear and could not be ruled out as supernatural. We moved through the house, and at the stairwell. We got some spikes in the EMF, and I don't see a spike from an EMF I bought off Amazon as concrete proof as being a supernatural thing. But it was definitely exciting. We moved to the second floor after going up an old spiral staircase. The first room was filled with old artifacts from the early 1900s. We moved through some rooms and got some voices on the spirit box, and EMF spikes. But nothing too convincing. That was until we moved to the back room. The back room was small, filled with dresses and clothing. We decided to set the flashlight down, twist it barely on so with any touch it could turn on and off, but not so touchy that a footstep or a gust of air could mess with it. The first thing we asked was, if there's anything here with us, can you please turn on the flashlight? Instantly, the flashlight turned on, and we were all in shock. Can you please turn off the flashlight for us? Immediately it turned off, and we would ask many questions, and this was several years ago, and can't remember them. And every question would be met with the flashlight's reps nodding. There was no time during the flashlight experiment that it would turn on or off without question, or being asked a question. We spent around 30 minutes talking to it before moving to the basement. The basement felt extremely off. We didn't get much from the EMF or spirit box, but the flashlight worked extremely well. We would ask questions down there, asking if this was the same spirit, and it responded that it was not. This spirit did not answer every question like the one before. It was only asking a few questions with a yes. Or answering, I'm sure. These questions were, are you a different spirit? Are you an evil spirit? And a question that ended up with us deciding to leave. Do you want to hurt us? After hearing that the spirit was not too fond of you, we ended up leaving that night. We had done a few more investigations there, not learning anything new. The last day we went, we sat down with the museum curator, explained to us that maybe we could make some money off of this. Maybe we could do something with it, maybe during Halloween, and after this discussion in the museum, our investigations never came back with anything. No flashlight turning on or off, and no EMF and no spirit box. Later, my friend would see the museum curator at the store and speak with her. She explained that the whole investigation at the museum changed how she thought about everything. This was one of the 2 houses that I'd investigated in my town. The other building I'd investigated was much more exciting. It scared me for a long time. It was previously an adult daycare building. It had been reported haunted through the years it was open. And I can assure you it was still haunted when we investigated it. If anybody'd like that story, I'll gladly tell that one as well. Has anybody else had any similar experiences, and does anybody else use the flashlights? My second haunted building investigation. The adult foster care backstory. I had a close friend at the time, whose mom used to have a few houses owned for her adult foster care business. They would take care of the adults who couldn't take care of themselves on their own. One of their buildings was a building right in my town. I'd explained to my friend and her mom that I've gotten into ghost investigations. I told them about the story of my investigation at the town's museum. After telling them about my investigation, they told me some stories of their own at one of their adult foster care homes. It was now empty due to them not continuing the business. The adult foster care home that they were talking about had around 7 bedrooms and a living area and a kitchen, a massive basement. There were 5 bedrooms that were used for residents that needed to be taken care of. 1 bedroom that was more of an office to keep track of records, and an attendance room where the staff would stay the night. Residents who lived there often spent their last moments of life there, became very close to some of the staff. While staying in this home, the staff had some stories of their own. One of the most common occurrences was the sounds of steps in the hall, and when I say steps, I mean full sprinting down the hall. The staff would often be woken by the sounds of running, and at first, they assumed one of the residents was up from bed making the noise. Although it was strange that any of the residents would be running, staff would check all bedrooms and find all residents asleep. And this is when they started to be concerned. Most nights would have this heavy sprinting down the long hall that was kind of sandwiched between residents' rooms, which would again be followed up by bed checks that didn't give the slightest hint of a resident being out of bed. This is when the staff would throw around the word ghost. My friend, who would often be around at this house, had some other stories as well. There was always a fear of walking down the steps to the basement. And that being said, who is not afraid of walking down a creepy unfinished basement? But she always had a strange feeling going down those steps. And any time she had to, she was sure to take out her phone, then go to her camera and make sure she could see behind her. I'm sure the story from another staff member about the sounds of a child crying from the basement didn't help. A staff member ended up having to call their shift early, after in the middle of the day hearing a child squeaking and crying from the basement. From the sounds of running in the halls to the constant feeling of being watched, to children's screams coming from the basement, the staff had every reason to throw around the word ghost. After hearing all these stories, I needed to check it out myself. My friend's mom was selling the house and had it all completely cleared out, which left the perfect opportunity to investigate the place. I contacted my friend Logan. They'd been with me during the investigation of the museum. We set up a day to visit the home at night. We truly did not know how crazy this investigation would get. And from our flashlight method working, the spirit box spouting out new conversations and actual physical noise, it absolutely blew our last investigation out of the water. I appreciate the few people who read my last post. It was very nice seeing an interest in my story. I want to give some background on why we felt the need to do an investigation on this house before I wrote about the actual investigation. I ended up with 2 investigations at this home. One with my friend Logan and a few other friends who joined the last investigation, and another with my friend and her mom who owned the home. Both investigations gave incredible results. So incredible that I actually have not done an investigation in over a year now because of it. I'm very excited to tell the story of contacting residents who used to actually live there who passed, and even tell about one entity that gave me literal chills. I would like to say, if anybody has any doubts, I welcome any of them. I'll do my absolute best to show proof for my stories. In my last post, I linked a news article that my town published about the experience to show that it actually did happen. For the next story, I have some video evidence to go with it. I'll not be able to show too much of the videos out of respect for the other people in them, but I will do my best to show all the evidence that I have. Thank you very much for taking the time to read my post. You're welcome. And if you want to message me about anything, feel absolutely free. I had somebody contact me on my last post about using my story for their YouTube channel. If anybody else would like to do something similar, you absolutely have my permission to. If you could just go ahead and let me know beforehand and send me a link to whatever, that'd be awesome. I love being able to share my stories, and I'm also open to any interviews and questioning. Ghost at Work. True story. This happened about 4 years ago. I was working in a popular jewelry shop in a shopping center. It was a late shift, probably 8:30 or 9. There was me and 2 other staff members on shift. A bit of background for the story. When you're in our shop, the only way to enter is the only way to enter the staff area. It's through one door. You can get to the small office through here, which has 2 doors. One that leads to a walkway to the toilet and onto the shop floor, and another that leads to the storage area. The storage area has automatic lights that can only turn on when you walk into the room. I was on the shift with 2 other women. Went out into the office to return some jewelry when I saw a woman's face looking back at me from behind the door of the storage area. And I could see about 3/4 of her face. The rest was covered with the door. Her facial expression was very still. She wasn't smiling, and she had an angry expression. She was staring at me. I looked away confused, then looked back, and she was gone. The lights in the storage room were still off, which confused me, so I walked toward the room thinking it was one of my coworkers. As I started approaching the door, a loud crash sound came from behind me. I looked back at where it was coming from, thinking a tray of maybe charms had fallen or something. The tray we keep the charms and jewelry in aren't sealed. They're open at the top, and if you dropped, they could go everywhere. Trust me, I know from experience. When I looked behind me, the charms were all still on the shelf in their trays. I instantly got a sinking feeling because nothing had been moved. I then backed out of the office and went to the shop floor. That's where both my colleagues were. I know it wasn't my colleagues because if they'd come into our office, I would have seen them as the doors next to the office. There was no explanation for what happened or who the lady I saw was, or what made the noise. So what do you guys think? Ouija board gone wrong. When she was about 17, she and her friends started playing with the Ouija board, as many curious and reckless teenagers do. At first, they asked silly, trivial questions, and to their surprise, the board would respond with accurate answers. Then they moved on to asking about boys they liked and crushes and relationships. Typical teenage stuff. After a few nights, they started to ask deeper, more unsettling questions. They asked who or what they were talking to, and sometimes the board would say something like, "I'm a woman who lived in 1850s. Other times it claimed to be like a 13-year-old boy who died in the 70s. The answers were inconsistent, but oddly it always felt like the same presence. Eventually, they asked why the entity kept changing, and the board spelled out, "I'm whoever I want to be. Today I can be an old man, tomorrow a child." At that point, they started to feel seriously uneasy, like they were no longer dealing with something innocent or random. It implied something powerful, maybe even evil. One night they asked, "How do you take people?" And the board answered, "By choking them." That's fun. Not. That was when fear really set in. They decided to stop playing, and sometime shortly after, my ex-wife came home one evening to find that her parents and or younger brother had gone out to a party. They wouldn't be home for a few hours, and she didn't want to be alone in her room where the Ouija board was. So she stayed in her parents' bedroom instead, waiting for them to return. She turned on all the lights in the house, and this was the early 90s, so no cell phones. She lay in the bed watching TV, trying to distract herself. And after a while, she noticed a hallway light turning off by itself that had never happened in her house before. She was terrified, but got up and turned it back on. As soon as she laid back down, it turned off again. Her mom kept a Bible in the nightstand, so she grabbed it and opened up a random page and began reading out loud. Suddenly, she felt overwhelmingly tired, so much so that she could barely keep her eyes open. She tried to fight it, and she turned the TV volume up and kept reading, but eventually dozed off. She woke up minutes later to find the Bible no longer in her hands, but beside her. She grabbed it again and kept reading. I always asked her why she didn't just run outside, but she said she was too scared to leave the room to run down that dark hallway. Eventually, she fell asleep again, only to wake up to a terrifying sensation. Something was grabbing her ankles. She felt it moving slowly up her legs and over her shins and her thighs and her waist until it reached her throat. Then it began choking her. The lights were still on, but there was nothing visible in front of her. She said she started kicking and gasping and struggling, and she remembered her mom also had a crucifix in the nightstand. She wrestled her way to the drawer and found it, clutched it to her chest, and started praying. "Please, God, help me. I swear I'll never play with that thing again." And then, whatever was choking her suddenly let go. She ran out of the house and waited by the curb until her parents came home. When she told them what happened, they dismissed it as a nightmare. Still, she was so shaken she refused to sleep alone and spent the night in her parents' bed. The next day, exhausted from lack of sleep, she tried to nap in her room around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Not long after lying down, she felt something tugging at the foot of her blanket. She assumed it was her dog until it persisted. When she looked up, she saw what she can only describe as a boy around 8 to 10 years old, but no taller than 18 inches. He had a child's face, but his body was small, proportioned like an adult in miniature. He stood at the foot of her bed just staring. No smile, no expression. His dark hair was neatly combed to the side, and he wore a one-piece garment, almost like a toga. She was so shocked she couldn't scream. Then after a few seconds, the small figure walked into her closet. She bolted from the room and ran to her parents. Again, they didn't believe her. Her dad checked the closet and there was nothing. And that night, while trying to sleep, the closet door slowly opened, just a few inches. Nothing came out, but it moved. She ran to her parents' room again, and the next day before going to bed, she tied the closet door shut with a cable. That night, she heard the doors slowly tugging, then violently shaking, like something trapped inside. The following day, one of the girls that she had played the Ouija board with, she came over. She wanted to ask the board something about her boyfriend, suspecting that he was cheating. My ex told her, "No, something really bad happened. I don't want it here anymore. Please take it." But the friend begged, just one more time. Reluctantly, my ex agreed. They sat down, placed their hands on the planchette, and before they could even ask a question, the board began spelling out my ex's name. "Pamela, remember your promise to God. Don't break it, because next time I'll take you." And that was the last straw. She threw the board away. Years later, when I first met her, she still lived in that house, and she actually showed me the closet handles where she had tied the cables. You could see the wear and the scratch marks like something had been trying to force its way out. For years, she refused to watch horror movies or even hear the word Ouija. For a long time, we slept with the lamp on just in case. After she got rid of the board, nothing else ever happened, but the fear stayed with her. Visitation Dream. This story happened this past December 2024. But to preface the story, my husband's grandparents had a very weird relationship. They'd been together since they were 18 and were married for 50 years. They were not very lovey-dovey. My husband's grandmother had been bedridden for about 2.5 years. They were in kidney failure. We just found out recently that she was not a candidate for dialysis. She wasn't able to do anything for herself, and my husband's grandfather had been her caregiver during this time. We set her hospital bed up in the kitchen, and she was happy to just be home. Me and my husband had been staying with his grandparents and aunt and uncle. They all lived together on their couch for about 2 weeks, after moving from the other side of the duplex after a disagreement with his great aunt who lived on the other side. And his grandfather was in the process of clearing out the spare room upstairs for us. And one day he finally did, so we got all of our stuff in there, and he had made a nice pork roast dinner. He was in a great mood that night. We all had a glass of eggnog together and went to bed. The next morning, we all wake up, and my husband goes to work, and around 12:30 that afternoon I got a call from my mother-in-law. They were saying that she had found my husband's grandfather dead in the driveway. He had had a massive heart attack while going to take our dog on a walk. Damn. The only reason that my mother-in-law had found him was because the doors to her car were locked, which she never locks. She ended up locking her keys in the car, and he had given her a spare key, but she didn't know where he was. So we left work, and my husband and most of his family went to the hospital to go deal with all of that. I was at the house with his grandmother. When everybody arrived home, we told her that he was gone and cried together, and then some of us went outside just to get some air. A tree fell in the backyard. His grandmother shared a glass of champagne with us the night in memory of his grandfather. That night was the second night that we kind of swept in the spare room, which I will assume is slept. My husband woke up the next morning. He looks at me. He said that he'd be right back, so he went to his grandfather's room. He was looking for something. He comes back empty-handed. Tells me that in the middle of the night he had a dream, and his grandfather had come into our room while we were in there sleeping. Then woke him up and said, "Did you give Mima her Christmas present yet?" My husband was like, "No, we don't know where it is." And my husband's grandfather in the dream said, "Well, the hell are you waiting for? I'll show you where it is." So he goes in there and he sees the present, and it's in a blue box. It's a silver necklace with the words on the box, but fast forward to the next morning, my husband couldn't find it. He was like, "Oh, okay, maybe it was just a dream." So later that day, my mother-in-law and myself, my husband and his aunt that were all living in the same house, we're all sitting in the living room. My husband mentioned the dream he had, and his aunt says, "Wait a second," and goes upstairs. She comes downstairs with the blue box that my husband had seen in his dream and says, "Is this it?" Once we actually saw the words it said, we were in shock. It basically says something along the lines of, "To my wife, I didn't marry you because I could live with you. It's because I can't live without you." Which was out of character for him. He was never the type of person to be romantic like that. He was a sailor and spent a lot of time in a sailboat, and he was a major stoner. His aunt said that she was cleaning up his grandfather's room looking for his phone and found it and brought it into her room so it didn't get lost. So the next day his grandmother ends up in the hospital with a severe infection. Wasn't doing great. We brought it to the hospital to give it to his grandmother, and when my husband was giving it to her and telling her about the dream, it felt like grandfather was in the room. I could visualize his grandfather standing behind my husband with his hand on his shoulder. After that we went home, and his aunt called us and said that his grandmother had said that she wanted to go into hospice and be with her husband. So for the next week and a half we visited her, and she never spoke again. She slipped into an almost comatose-like state. She ended up passing away on Christmas Day, right after her youngest grandchild, 11, opened the present that she had gotten him. The next day, my husband tells me that he had another dream. And in this dream, we were in the living room and his grandfather was there. But he looked younger, more put together, and he ran up and hugged his grandfather and told him that he missed him. After about a minute of him hugging him, he said that that's enough. I got things to do. So, after that, his grandmother comes walking down the stairs in fancy clothes. They said bye to everyone and left. We lost his grandfather on December 11th, 2024. His grandmother, December 25th, 2024. Exactly 2 weeks to the date. My haunted house. We bought this house 1 year ago today, July 8th. We were told when we came to see the house, the previous owner had died. But it wasn't until we were a week or two away from closing that I found the obituary and read that she had died at her home. Immediately when we moved in, I started seeing things. My 18-year-old daughter said it was haunted from the moment she stepped in. She was not with us when we looked at it, and this was after we had bought it. It started with me seeing what I would say is a woman walking from the dining room to the living room as I went from the living room to the kitchen. It makes a big circle. The house is a tri-level, so the main floor, then stairs that go up to the bathroom and bedrooms. Separate stairs that go downstairs to the walkout basement. And that opens into a utility room and a second bathroom. Also, for moving in, every time I'd go down the stairs from the bedroom, I'd see somebody standing at the other stairs. It's hard to describe this, but there is a window with no glass. It lets you see to the other stairs that go down. A friend has experienced this too, and I haven't happened in months, and nothing has changed. I kept all this to myself, but my husband, who's been a non-believer until recent years, and experiences that sort of changed that, started seeing things. He had a black shadow walk up to him in the bathroom. He thought somebody had came in until he saw it disappear. It freaked him out. And he has seen shadows other times too. I've seen shadows walk by and move doors. The weirdest thing would be seeing what looked like a person reflected in the TV when it was black. It was like somebody bent over looking at the TV very closely, and then they stood straight up and stepped back. And I've seen my husband a few times, and it wasn't him. He woke up, got out of the bed, and he was asleep next to me. So I was trying not to wake him. Started downstairs and realized he was asleep on the couch. Went and checked, and the bed was empty. The newest thing was last night. I had just turned my phone off, and I was just settling to go to sleep. And I wear a sleep mask, so it was on. I felt an arm on my hip and slide across. Took my mask off, rolled over and checked my husband, who was asleep with both arms under his blanket. We had separate ones. I hadn't felt him move, and this is the first time it's touched me. Very weird. Before somebody asks, yes, I have cats, but my door stays shut. They're not allowed in my room. Sorry this is long. It's not even everything that's happened, but a big chunk of it. I should tell some of my other ghost stories sometime. Two short happenings from my childhood home. I believe that the house I grew up in was very haunted. As far as I'm aware, there were no tragedies. It wasn't built on an old graveyard or anything. My family had a solid couple of years of difficult times, and I believe that the negative energy may have invited something in, or at the very least made it stronger. I've posted a few of my own stories before, but I just found out that my other family members have experienced things as well. When my brother was little, probably between 10 and 13. We heard knocking on our back door and garage door at the same time. These doors were on the same bottom floor of the house, probably 20 feet apart max. The only way to get from one to the other was through the house, or all the way around it. For whatever reason, my brother was by the garage door and heard knocking behind it. He immediately assumed it was me or my parents, but when he heard a second knocking on the glass patio door just a few seconds later, he was confused. Nobody in our family would have any reason to knock on these doors. The lock in the garage door was long broken, hardly ever locked the back door. And on top of that, it would have taken at least 15 seconds to run from the garage, open the fence, go through the yard, and knock again at the back door. When I asked him what he did, he said he just left and never investigated. When he asked me and my parents about it later, we all denied doing it. Can't help but wonder if he would have found anything on the other side of either door. My mom told me about the time our glass candy jar broke. We always had a small ornate jar we used for small candies and other treats. It would sit in our living room. It was nice if you wanted to just grab an M&M or something while hanging out. And was hid with our friends as teenagers. One day, my mom walked in the door and found the jar shattered in its spot on the table. And she always got home before my brother and I were back from school or my dad was back from work. So it couldn't have been any of us. We had a big dog with a tail that could easily knock it over. But if he had done it, the glass would be on the floor, if it even managed to break in the carpet. I've read about glass breaking from sitting in the sun, especially if it's already damaged, but I find it hard to believe that the spot it sat in would get nearly enough sun to do something like that. It was shaded for most of the daylight hours. My mom simply cleaned up the mess and moved on despite the strangeness of it. I'm beginning to think all of these aren't just coincidences. I'm visiting my parents for the summer, staying in the spare room in the basement. A couple of nights ago, me and my mom were talking pretty casually in the kitchen. That's when we suddenly heard 3 to 5 loud, spaced-out bangs coming from the hallway. These were deep, clear physical hits, like somebody pounding on the wall with their fist, like the bangs from the haunting. My mom also heard it. I immediately walked through the house and checked every room, trying to see if something had fallen or shifted. I didn't want to overreact, but I wanted to be sure. Everything looked normal. Nothing was out of place, and the garage door was shut. After that, I headed downstairs to go to bed, and not long after I got into the room, my daughter said she saw my mom standing outside her back room door, walking back and forth. She said she heard footsteps. She assumed it was her grandma, but when I checked, my mom wasn't there, hadn't been anywhere near that part of the house. A short while later, my dog kept just going to the door and smelling and looking at the door, tail up, like cautious. And he also, whimpered half the night, but never barked. Then, around 4 a.m., an old motion sensor alarm in the basement bathroom suddenly went off. It was plugged in upside down and hadn't been in use for years, but it let out a loud alarm like somebody had triggered it, which sent me into a spiral. Got very little sleep that night, just a heavy, scary feeling. The next morning, my dad got on to me for leaving the garage open, but I hadn't. I had just walked through the house the night before and the door was closed, so it must have opened sometime after I went to bed. Then that evening, around 8:45 p.m., my dad called down to me and said, "Something's burning in your room downstairs." Me and my mom both looked at each other, and I ran downstairs, and the entire basement was full of smoke. I called the fire department, and they confirmed the ceiling fan motor had completely burned out and heated up a wire in the ceiling, which caught fire. It wasn't in the room I was staying in, but the room next to it. And all of this happened within about 48 hours. Today is day 3. Nothing else I've noticed since last night. Added to mention, my parents have lived here for 34 years and built the home, Not on any ground worth mentioning. This is the first time my parents have ever encountered something like this, and they're definitely spooked. Star falling into my room. Please help me understand. When I was a little girl, maybe 7 or 8, I had this thing happen to me that I think about all the time now. I completely forgot it for years, like really forgot. Till recently, it just came out of me while I was talking. Now I can't stop talking about it. It was real, and I know it happened. I was in bed with a tooth underneath my pillow, waiting for the tooth fairy. I always sleep in my stomach, but this time I'd flipped onto my back because I was waiting for my dad to come and tuck me in. I remember being really excited. I was not sleepy. I was wide awake watching the sliver of sky I could see from my window. Just a little strip between the storm blinds and the neighbor's house. Not a big view, just enough to see a single star. I was staring at that star, and then it started to fall. It began small, like it was way up in the sky, but it got bigger as it came closer, like a glowing orb. Not perfectly round, more like a pulsing, glowing, spiky or round shape that stretched larger as it got closer. And as it got bigger and came toward me, I heard this buzzing sound. Not loud, but definitely there, like a hum. Like something electrical but soft and, well, very soft. The sound's not the important thing here. The sound was like almost to cover the sound of anything else in my reality as the light was getting closer. I was completely frozen. I couldn't move, not even blink. But I wasn't scared, I was just stuck, watching this happen. The star got bigger and bigger until it was huge, and it came through my window. It didn't break anything, it just entered, like it phased into the room. The light completely took over my vision, and I couldn't see my bed, the walls, or anything. Just pure white light. Total whiteout. It's like it entered me. Then suddenly I gasped and I sat up like my whole body jolted upright. And time had passed because the dollar was under my pillow, and the tooth was gone. My dad wasn't in the bathroom anymore like he had been when I first lay down. I'd seen the light under the door and heard him washing his hands, but now it was quiet and it was done, and I'd missed it. But to me, it felt like no time had passed at all, like the whole thing was maybe an instant. I grabbed the dollar and I ran to wake up my dad, telling him I saw the tooth fairy, because that's what I thought it was at the time. That was how my little kid brain tried to make sense of it, but he said, okay, and brushed it off. But I know I wasn't asleep. I was awake and excited and watching. This wasn't a dream. It really happened. The only other time I've seen something shaped like that, this featureless glowing being or presence, was when I was 16. I had this dream where I floated into a different place. It was like sky above the sky below. I was just drifting inside of it, very surreal and dualistic. There was this massive wall of light, and from inside it something started walking toward me. It didn't have a face or arms or features, but I knew it was a being, and it just pushed me back and said, not yet. And that was all. Then I was suddenly back in my body again. The shape of that thing, the way it moved forward and how I just couldn't resist it. That's exactly what this light star thing felt like as I entered my room. Not threatening, just undeniable. Like it was coming no matter what. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it happened to me. Didn't even remember it happened until very recently. I guess I tucked it away. Told maybe 1 or 2 people, but it came back online about a year ago, and I'm so curious to understand what it meant for me as I'm learning to understand myself. So I just want to know, has anybody ever had something like this happen to them? A star falling from the sky, getting bigger and entering your room, filling it with light and then just being gone. No vision, no message, just that. Not astral projection, not sleep paralysis. I'm talking about a star falling into your room at night. Only the sticky green ones on the ceiling, for me. Pale Human, a personal experience. This happened in the early 2000s. I was walking up the street with my sister one day. It was when we were kids. And up our road, there used to be this karate school behind a small plaza, still there as of today. When we were walking by it, we noticed this great and small cellar door that was between some flowers. It was planted in front. We both decided to open it up and see what was down there. When we did, we noticed a pale person sitting down below with their head tucked between their knees. They were covered in cobwebs, and I noticed also that they were completely hairless. We called down and asked if they were okay, and when we did, the quote-unquote person looked up at us slowly. I felt my heart drop when I noticed they had no facial features whatsoever. Eyes, mouth, nose, eyebrows. I also noticed they were slowly becoming more pale and luminescent. My sister went pale and screamed as she had started running away. I closed the grate and ran as well. Eventually went back there, and when I did, I saw down there was just cobwebs and nothing else. Until this day, I still question what it was that I saw. A couple of things to add. We were young and didn't have phones at the time. It was later in the day, so nobody was around. We told her mom, but she didn't believe us, really. The hole was about maybe 10 or 11 feet deep and cave-like. I went back there years later with my best friend and uncovered the grate, and at this point the karate school was shut down, and there's now dirt covering the grate top. When I looked down, it still looked the same, but no cobwebs or anything. Spiders got evicted. Rent was too high. My ghost story. I still get chills thinking about what happened during my senior year of high school. It all started with this rumor about our school theater being haunted. I know. Haunted theater, a tale as old as time. But I swear, this is at least my experience. When I was going through the theater program, older students used to talk about a ghost circle. A circle drawn in chalk on the backstage wall. They said it was there to bind a ghost, and everyone was warned never to break it. No one ever explained exactly what would happen if you did, but even the skeptics wouldn't mess with it. The summer before my senior year, the school started remodeling the theater. They repainted the entire place, including the wall with the ghost circle. Painted right over it, as if it never existed. And that's when the strange things began. Almost immediately, weird stuff started happening. The janitor, usually very professional, suddenly refused to clean the theater at night, wouldn't go near the prop closet anymore. She seemed genuinely spooked, and the prop closet would make banging noises like pipes clanging. But the moment somebody opened the door, the noises stopped. Props would disappear or turn up in odd places, and there was often a shadowy figure on stage, which we tried to blame on the lighting. Never felt right. I got really curious after everything creepy started and did some research about the ghost story. Found out that a former student, deeply involved in the theater program, had died in a car accident years earlier, right before a show. And out of respect, I won't share more details about him, but knowing this added a whole new layer to the weirdness. The culmination of weirdness was during the senior show I was directing that December. Tech kept glitching and lights malfunctioned and sound cues failed. Things that worked perfectly for weeks in rehearsal started suddenly breaking. On closing night, the house lights refused to work, so I gathered up the cast and crew and we respectfully asked the ghost to stop interfering. The moment we did, the lights flicked on instantly and I said, "Thank you," out loud, thinking it was polite. But looking back, that's probably when the ghost attached to me. After the show, my stage manager gave me a bouquet of flowers. I took them home, put them in a vase or a vase, whichever wording you guys fancy. I'm going with vase today. They put them in a vase on the kitchen table. I spent the rest of my night sat at the table talking with my aunt who was visiting, and after literal hours of chatting, 3 of the flowers suddenly slumped over at the same time. They didn't just bend, they looked like their stems had been cleanly cut, revealing the inside of the stems. I couldn't explain why or how it happened after they'd stood perfectly all evening. I didn't tell my aunt about the ghost then, even though it felt exactly like something we'd expect from the theater spirit. Weird things started happening at home. I slept in the finished basement, where my bed was in the corner, and the doorways only had curtains instead of doors. Sometimes I'd wake up to see the curtains swaying and thought it was just drafts. Then one night I felt my bed dip behind me as if somebody sat down, but when I turned around, no one was there. Later, my aunt stayed over again in another part of the basement, and one morning, told me she thought the dog had jumped in bed with her. She felt something run up her body, but when she opened her eyes, the dog was, well, no dog was there. The dog had been locked upstairs all night. That's when I finally told her everything about the ghost. She suggested calmly communicating with him and asking him to leave me alone while I was sleeping. We kept it between us and didn't tell the rest of my family yet. Months later, one of my sisters had a friend sleep over. She and my sister shared a bed while my other sister slept on the ground next to them. The next morning, the friend said that the sister, who was supposed to be sleeping on the floor next to the bed, held her hand all night. She gushed about how sweet it was. But the sister denied this, saying she went back to her own bed early, didn't hold anyone's hand. The friend was so freaked out she never stayed over again. And eventually I told my family about the ghost following me home, and they shared their own experiences. One sister heard a loud bang one night and found a bag had fallen off a shelf for no reason. Another kept hearing noises from her closet that stopped whenever she opened it. But luckily, nothing was ever out of place. That was just the beginning. There were more strange incidents over the next couple of years, like noises and movements. Little things that still make me shiver. But then, almost as suddenly as it began, it all stopped, and it's been years now. I have no idea why the ghost left or what made him move on, and my family and I almost joke about him now. Like he was just some weird, invisible member of the household. Since then, nothing unusual has happened, and life's gone back to normal. There were a few other incidents that came to mind for me writing this post, but I'll have to ask my family to remember the majority of them. It's not the scariest by any means, but I swear to everybody I know, we had a ghost for at least a few years. Strange activity in my home. Hi. I think my house has at least one ghost. It's very hard to tell though, because we are a family of ADHDers and have a bunch of pets. I'm writing this on my phone, so please forgive the formatting. For some background, I grew up in this house. My parents bought it from a family who bought it new in 1976. Only lived here for about 4 years. My parents rented it out to one family for about 4 years in the 90s before I bought it from them and moved my new little family back in. The neighborhood is built on an old limestone quarry. I've lived here for most of my life, except for a few years in my teens. As a child, I always felt watched, and I'd sit in my window at night and felt something in the backyard in the dark just watching. It wasn't scary, just present. There's also a central part of the house, between the hall and the garage and laundry room, that feels spooky. My sister corroborated the spooky feeling one time when she was visiting and told me about a time when she was doing laundry. She was overcome with the feeling of get out. In my previous marriage, we had a lot of my then-husband's family living here. At one time, there were 7 children under the age of 12. All of them were afraid of this area. Multiple adults have pointed out that it feels eerie there as well. Over the last couple of years, I've noticed more activity in the house. The notable things are, 1, phantom cat jumping onto the bed. I was working overnights at the time and would spend my off nights in a sleeping house. One night, I'm laying in bed with my now husband who was sleeping. I was browsing the internet when I felt a cat jump on the bed and walk between my husband and me, and then laid down. We put the pets up at night and keep them out of the room while we sleep. I thought maybe we missed putting one of them, so I shone my flashlight over to where I thought it was. Nothing was there. I felt around and still nothing. I hopped up and did a head count of pets, and everyone was accounted for. 2. Loud crashing of shelves to the ground with nothing out of place. For a couple of months, randomly, a loud crashing noise was coming from the office. And we have a bunch of shelves on the walls, and those shelves are full of crap. Collectibles and Legos and pictures and trinkets, so you get the point. So hearing one of those shelves come crashing down and stuff breaking and flying across our tile floor was alarming. But when we'd go to check on it, nothing would be out of place, and this happened at least 5 times. I was not the only one to hear it, and I wasn't the only one to go check. I have a video from my security camera of the noise, and the camera was pointed at the puppy crate. 3. A hanging plant was torn from its place. I had some small succulents hanging in my window in the kitchen. One was a little guy in a swing hanging from twine. The twine was fairly substantial. It was in good condition that day when I checked the moisture level of the soil. I wish I had taken a picture of the twine after this happened, but I wasn't thinking of documenting anything yet. But as I was saying, in the early hours of the morning, the twine was pulled apart at all 3 supporting points, and my plant went tumbling. The most striking thing about this is that my dogs didn't bark, and if I set something down too hard in my nightstand in the night, my dogs will go off. But not in here. It's like they were watching and the noise was expected. I have a recording of the noise, and the silence that follows, and I checked the video to see if there's a cat to blame, but none of them seemed to be over there when it happened. 4. Sunglasses go missing, and they're later found in a reusable baggie in the sink. And this is a weird one that I can't figure out. I was alone at home and getting ready to leave for an appointment. I have to have my sunglasses to dry because daylight hurts my eyes, and as I was leaving, I opened my purse and checked for and saw my glasses and put my phone in my purse. Then I decided I should use the bathroom before I left. I set my purse down, went to the bathroom. Then I grabbed my purse and went to the door while digging for my glasses. Not in there. Stumped, I retraced my steps and I couldn't find them. I searched for a few minutes but had to go, and when I got home again, I searched again and found nothing. And like I said, I have ADHD, so I'll often lose something I'm holding, but can usually find it. I keep looking and getting rather frustrated. I eventually pull my husband in to help look. Nothing. I give up for the evening and I go do the dishes, and in the sink inside of a reusable sandwich bag are my glasses. And this weirds me out enough to review my security camera footage because did I put them in there? No, I saw on the tape where I put the bag in the sink the night before. I saw me searching for the glasses, and then when my husband and I were talking about where they could be, I saw the bag open by itself. Like the ghost was trying to help or something. Well, I don't know. Seems so strange. These are the most recent and, well, most my attention-grabbing of incidents. There's always something weird happening, but 99% of the time I can attribute it immediately to my ADHD or a pet. I saw things as a child, and they're happening again. I grew up in rural Ireland, in a Jehovah's home. I was a young boy, around the age of 7 and 8, when I first started seeing things that supposedly weren't there. And most of my friends and family thought I was possessed and would lock me in my room for weeks when I started to act up. The first event is very blurry in my mind, so don't take this as completely accurate. First spooky event. It was around midday. My mother was in the kitchen. My father went to Dublin with a few of JW friends, which I'm assuming is Jehovah's Witnesses friends, to preach there. I was outside playing with my brother, probably soccer or tag, and he asked me to get a bottle of water for Mom, so I go in and my mother's lying on the ground with a puddle of blood around her. I screamed, kneeled down to her side, and hugged her. Her body. Trying to figure what they wrote here. I could feel the heat from her body, the way the blood stuck to my skin, and my brother comes in panicked from the yelling. Asked what's wrong. I said something along the lines of, "Call Dad," before my mother walks into the room confused on why I'm on my knees crying. She's asked why I'm crying. I looked her and looked back, and the body's gone, and so is the blood. Second most fearful happening. I was about 11 or 12 then, and I had consistent hallucinations of one specific creature that called himself Bob. He was about 2.5 meters tall, had pale white skin with long arms that stopped at his knees. His head a light string of gray hair, but other than that he was bald. He always hand-ripped white hospital gown-looking thing. Bob mostly came in sleep paralysis, where he'd cry while facing the corner. But after a few months of this consistent appearance, I was watching TV. I got a sudden feeling of dread and fear. I looked behind me, and he was standing watching. This was the first time I'd ever seen his face, and he didn't have cheeks, and his mouth filled with huge teeth with small, fully black eyes. I jumped and quickly looked back, nor waiting to freak out. My different, in parentheses, brother, and he reached and grabbed my shoulder, and I stayed silent the rest of the day. And that night I slept under my bed, which is where I would sleep when I got scared at night, and haven't seen Bob till today. Current day, about 12 years after the last time I saw Bob, and he has been watching me again. And he hasn't done anything besides stare and cry yet. But I don't know what to do to really help stop these hallucinations. I don't want to see him anymore. They weren't dreams. I've had what I consider to be paranormal experiences off and on my whole life. And a lot of these stories I've shared with many people offline. I might share those later here, but they'll definitely out me to people who know me in real life. In the States, you have Girl Scouts. In Canada, we have Girl Guides. Age groups are 5 to 6 Sparks and 7 to 8 Brownies, and 9 to 11 are Guides. Well, when I was a Spark in the 90s, I remember we would sell cookies and chocolates to raise money for different things. Crafts and trips and stuff. During one such campaign, I have this vivid memory of my mom and I going door to door in our little town selling cookies. And I grew up in a really small town. We were set in from the woods a little, and a lot of the properties were heavily treed. We were a couple of streets away from home when I noticed a path between 2 houses that seemed to lead to a small house I'd never noticed before. The cedars and bushes around it sort of concealed the structure, so I could see a chimney with smoke coming out. I asked my mom if we could go to that house. She kind of looked at me funny and said that there wasn't a house there. Eventually, I convinced her to let me walk down the little path and see if anyone was there. If I wasn't 100% sure that I was awake, I'd think I was dreaming. Mostly because my mom let me go down that path alone. But truthfully, as a child, it probably seemed way longer than it actually was. Probably like 10 feet. I pushed past the bushes and saw a very crudely built structure that was built with green metal and tinted glass. It was bigger than a shed, but definitely smaller than her house. And as I'd seen at the road, there was a little chimney sticking out of the top of the structure. I made my way up to the rectangle of metal that I assumed was the front door, and as I approached, I could hear the sound of metallic whirring inside, like some sort of machinery was running. The air around the house smelled weird, like an organic smell that was wrong. I don't know how to describe it, and I've only smelled it maybe one other time in my life. Reached up and I knocked on the door and listened as the knock seemed to echo around the inside of the house. After a moment, I heard something inside the house knock back. Something in my little girl brain said, "Get the fuck out." I ran down back the road where my mom was waiting. I didn't know what I'd just seen, and I just told her she was right and there was no house there. Moved on to the next property. When my brother and I were little, sometimes we'd get sick enough to run a fever and we'd hallucinate, or have really vivid dreams, and sometimes acting them out in our sleep. I remember one time I was dreaming that I was playing basketball, and I woke myself up sitting up with my hands in the air as if I'd just thrown the ball. One night, feverish, trying to sleep, but it had gotten to the time of night when my parents had gone to bed. The lights were off and the house was painfully silent. I started to hear a man singing. I was suddenly calmed and felt like everything was going to be fine, but there was a subtle feeling of unease underneath it all. The man singing seemed to get clearer in my mind, and I realized I was sitting cross-legged on the floor in a circle with other children, and the man sat straight across from me. He was singing and strumming an acoustic guitar, and I could smell that weird smell again. Organic and wrong. There were candles in a circle around us, and from there I finally faded off to sleep, but I was so creeped out the next morning when I remembered it. I don't know why, other than the smell, but these two memories seem to be linked. And as I grew up, I seemed to misplace which roads the weird little house was, and never saw it on the path again. The man didn't remind me of anybody I've known or met, and it would be really easy to just say that these were only dreams, nothing more. But I don't know. They didn't feel like dreams. And if you're still hearing my voice, well, this, too, is not a dream. And if they leak in there, hope they're sweet ones. See ya.